Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world, tuning in here to the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. My name's Camilla Hadland-Horrocks. I'll be your anchor for this first session today as we bring you this first ever hybrid event run by World Rowing. I'm joined by two of our expert commentators who are going to take you through today's racing. Martin Cross, Olympic champion and World Rowing commentator, and Natasha Kozak, our hometown expert from Mississauga and head of the Charles winner. Great to be joined by both of you for this session of racing. It's going to be another nail-biting day, I'm sure. We saw 5 world records set yesterday overall. This is the second day of racing, and we of course saw the start of the first ever Versa Challenge. We'll be bringing you more updates on that later on today, more challenges to get underway. But I'm sure you're all thinking, as much as I am, how does a hybrid event work? Well, this is the first time we've tried it, and yesterday went ever so smoothly, with athletes being able to compete against one another from all around the world. And to show you just how that is done, we're just going to show you a short clip explaining the hybrid event.
The World Rowing Indoor Championships are coming to Canada. It's time to spin the wheels. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are being held at the Paramount Fine Food Centre in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. The event is staged as a hybrid competition. Participants are taking part in person in Mississauga, Toronto, or participating virtually from anywhere in the world. Virtual and in-person competitors are racing against one another in real time during the Indoor Championships on their Concept 2 indoor rowing machine. Using Time Team's home race software, the competitors are all virtually connected. While racing, competitors know their placing as their indoor rower is running in race mode. This allows them to see their position in a race on the rowing machine's monitor. Officials, lane judges, are monitoring every race to ensure races run fair, safely, and on time. There are 3 types of races competitors can enter. Individual distance races, either in person or virtual, over 500 meters or 2,000 meters. The relay races, also in person or virtual, where teams of 4 race over 2,000 meters. And finally, there is the World Rowing Versa Challenge, which is a new competition format. The competitors in this category complete 5 challenges on the indoor rowing machine over 2 days. But the catch? They don't know the challenges ahead of time. Competitors from 60 nations are registered to take part in the championships, with ages ranging from under 17 to over 80. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are an event where athletes can show their raw speed. Olympic champions and fitness enthusiasts alike are there to compete and spectate on some intense racing, all hoping to claim the title of a World Rowing Indoor Champion.
So if you're joining us for the first time today, hello and welcome. And that's just a small taster of what you've got to look forward to in this first ever hybrid event between ourselves here in the virtual studio and Mississauga, just outside of Toronto in Canada. And coming to us live from Mississauga, we've got our man on the ground, Mike Arsenault, who will be bringing the live action throughout today. Mike, how are things with you there in the stadium?
Thank you very much, Camilla. Here we are, day 2 for the World Rowing Indoor Championships, live from Mississauga, Ontario. All the athletes are rested and refreshed and ready to attack day 2 of the competition. In fact, I saw a number of athletes last night at the official hotel getting one last training session in preparation for the day's events, and then everyone fueled up with a buffet breakfast at the hotel this morning, so we're ready to go. Over 400 athletes will be competing in the 500, the 2,000, and of course day 2 of the Versa competition, which is now a 4-event competition as opposed to 5 due to the cancellation of the elimination event. We'll have more on that as we move throughout the morning. So we have still 3 events to go in the Versa competition. We'll have more on that coming up as well, expecting a fantastic day of competition here in Mississauga at the Paramount Centre.
Thanks so much, Mike. We'll be seeing you a little bit later on today to get the feeling and the vibe from down at the Paramount Centre in Mississauga. But we're about to move on to our first race of the day. And Martin, I guess, firstly, thoughts on kind of the racing programme for this first session and any highlights for you to look forward to?
Well, I think for this first session, I'm looking forward to some of the races at the end. The men's under 17 2K with Elijah Harrison from the amazing Harrison family, the 15-year-old lad going in that. How is he going to do compared to the records that his brother set? Really can't wait to see that. But exciting, fast and furious action with a lot of 500-meter races. So it's going to be bam, bam, bam through that, and different age categories. It's going to be great fun, all outlined with that Versa challenge, the so-called Pentagon, and mysterious for those of you who don't know what the Pentagon is, but more to be revealed.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you a little bit more information on that later, the Pentagon up and coming. But Natasha, this is your hometown that this is all being staged from Mississauga. How cool was that yesterday, seeing that being brought to life from Ontario?
Oh, it was quite incredible, especially because we haven't seen this arena be put to use in the last 2 years. So I think a lot of the Canadian competitors we saw who came to Mississauga to compete are just happy to be back there, happy to be back in the atmosphere. So we really had a great sense, especially at the end of the day in those relay races with everyone clapping when it was over, that the sense of camaraderie in Mississauga is really powerful right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. And we get a real sense of that here in the studio as well. We've got that great link with Mike to keep us updated and to really get the sense of this global community that we're bringing together here at this World Rowing Indoor Championships. So first of all, we've got 500-meter racing, as Martin just described, the first of which is the 70+ lightweight women, the 65 to 69 lightweight women, and the 60 to 64 lightweight women. Martin, do you want to talk us through the line?
Well, it's interesting. This is a virtual race, and we've got the French champion, Frédérique Mathai. She is 61. She's aiming for a 1:48 split in this one. Good luck to her. And then Susan Genker, who won gold, the 71-year-old who won gold in the 2022 World Indoor Rowing Championships. She's aiming for a 1:55. So slightly slower than some of the scores that we saw yesterday with some of the younger athletes, but nevertheless intense competition. 3 categories in this one. How about you, Natasha?
I'm looking forward to seeing the little competitions maybe a little bit further down the leaderboard. We do have quite a range, but we have a couple women who are hovering around the 2-minute mark. I will be looking from Denmark. We have Vibeke Westphal. So she's 70 years old. She's just aged up into the 70+ category, and she's looking for a split around 2 minutes. And challenging her is going to be Anne-Marie Schultz from France at a 1:52, Martha Owen from Great Britain at a 2:01. So it's going to be a quick, fast, and furious race. And look at them off the start here.
So that sign to stop rowing is for the flywheels just to slow down and reach a standstill. So nobody has an advantage on the start, but we're nearly there now. And that's our first race of day 2. Off as we go. Fantastic. And well, we can see that the Danish athlete is right up there at the moment. the start off with. But Frederique Mathai did mention her pulling 141s. Like the Westphal, she was out there in front, but she's not so much, I think, in the lead at the moment. Really good technique. Lovely back end, isn't it?
It really is. And we're heading through the 350 meter marker. So this is really where they've almost settled, and they're just preparing to when they see that 200 meters left on their monitor, and that's when they're going to give it everything they have. But still extremely high stroke rates. Once again, it's lightweight women, 60 to 64, who are in those green boats, all competing virtually right now. It's a great shot of Martha Owen holding 159, trying to stay under that 2-minute mark, which is going to be the benchmark for her at a nice 31. But now they're passing the 200 meter marker. So Martin, you want to take us through this sprint of their race?
Yeah, they're coming through that 250 meter to go, and Frederique Mathai, she's really up there with that Marianne Becker from Denmark. That's a really close race, and Becker's just pulled up ahead of Mathai, pulling 146s. She's really going for it, down at 149. What a look at that pain on her face as she just really leans into that last 500 meters. Tremendous finish pull, being urged on by her coach there in the background, or maybe that's her son. Sensational in the 60s to 64 lightweight women. Oh, hands in the air, embrace there, and she is absolutely delighted. What a fantastic sprint.
And that's Susan Gerke we see just finished here from the US, 152.7. She was really out ahead, just pushing through that race. Followed behind by Westphal at a 2.9. So very close to her goal split right there. And then we can see just in the middle left of the webcams, we have Patricia Hagen finishing up her race up around a 38 strokes per minute, going up to a 43. She's really pushing through for these last 2 strokes of her race. And she's going to come in just over a 230, so 231.7. There's Marianne Becker. That sprint at the end was really, really impressive, and she has to be proud of that. That is an incredible score for her.
Yeah, and I think looking at Marianne there, she celebrates. You'd think, you know, in terms of her breath and everything, that she'd just done a 2K. And I think that's a great reminder to everyone of just how tough 500 meters can be. You know, you think it's only a quarter of the distance of the traditional 2K race, but boy, can it be hard. And that was just a demonstration of Marianne Becker, 146.2, and 1.2 seconds ahead of Frederique Mathai, the French record holder, over 500 meters. So that was a sensational start to the program. Lovely to see those celebrations.
It really is. I think we'll head back to the studio. Camilla, what did you think of that race? It ended up being a bit of a tight one at the end there for the light women 60 to 64.
It really did, didn't it? And I think that close racing, as we said, regardless of where you're tuning in from, where you're dialing your rowing machine in from, it doesn't stop those nice close races. So what a great finish there for the Dane, Marianne Becker. Absolutely incredible. So a few highlights from that event there. The initial lightweight women 70 plus and 65 to 69 and 60 to 64. So fast and furious starts here. These 500-meter races really go out with a bang. And as Martin said, no less tiresome as the 2-kilometer races we've got later on in the programme. We're moving swiftly on, though, into our next 500-meter race. 12 virtual competitors in this next one. 10 coming from us on the ground in Mississauga. This is the 70-plus women, the 70-plus men, the 65 to 69 women, and the 60 to 64 women. Now, we've got our first kind of hybrid style here for today on Sunday's racing programme. Natasha, I know that you commentated on a lot of those hybrid races yesterday. Anything that these competitors need to think about differently in this event?
I would say they have to think about just the broad range of competition. So I'm sure they're entering this event with almost a sense of reverence for their competitors. You can see them all lined up here. Now we will have a bit of a divide over this 500 meters. We have both men and women in this category. So the first yellow boats you see there are going to be the 70 plus men. You can see a lot of our competitors entering. We're in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada right now. So they're heading towards their rowing machines here. But we do have a couple people who are competing who did very well yesterday. We've got Valerie Coleman, our oldest competitor, 94. She's back at it again after doing really well yesterday. And we have quite a range of competitors in terms of Great Britain, France, Netherlands. We've got, I think, 10 of them coming in virtually, and then quite a few going in person. So we've got 12 of them going in person. What do you make of this lineup, Martin?
Well, I think it's quite challenging to keep a hand on because there are so many races at the same time going on here, men and women. But I think that just shows, the variety of indoor rowing. There's the sign from Gravelines Aviron. That's the club in North France. Monique Loud there. With that Gravelines club, a couple of the rowers in the Versa Challenge are from Gravelines. Celia Whittam there, the 65-year-old from Great Britain. Looks like she's at home there. Few athletes. Penny Vincent Sweet is competing again in this, in the women's 65 to 69 category, the former Moscow Olympian in the women's 8, now competing for France. She rowed for Britain in the women's 8 back in 1980, aiming for a 150.
We have quite a few women aiming for that 150 split, so that'll be the split to watch. Even though in the race we just saw the light women were hitting pretty incredible splits at a 146 and a 147, so we'll see that really challenged here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. I think, to get the first sense of the camera's shots we'll see in stadium from Mississauga there, we're looking down at the athletes there. Susan Kemp, athlete number 8 from Australia. Just moving until they get the signal to stop rowing and let the flywheel just dissipate the speed. It's just so good to get the tension out of your limbs, and you've done your warm up. You really, you know what lies ahead. An intense sort of 1 minute 50 or so of pain. There's the stop rowing sign we can see. So
and just to stay organized here, we do have a variety of races going on. So to the left of your screen, you can see that we have the men's 70 plus category. They're going to be in the yellow boats there. We'll have the women's 70 plus. They're going to be in the red boats there. And then we've got the women's 65 to 69 in green and women's 60 to 64. And they're going to be in the pink down at the bottom of your screen. Of course, in terms of numbers, if the number is from 1 to 99 on the boat, that means they're in Mississauga, in person, at the arena. If the number is over 100, like we see here in this hybrid event, we're looking for a virtual competitor, and they'll be in some of the webcams. But they are off. They are starting their race. And look at some of these stroke rates we're seeing here.
Yeah, Robin Sturck from the Netherlands, I noted down he was aiming for a 140 in his competition, but Gary Aitchinson just blasted off there, absolutely going for it. 134 splits out in front on the yellow boats in the top there. That is the men's 70 plus. Robin Sturck, who's aiming for a 140, is in second place. He's below that target at the moment, but wow, Jean-Philippe Vincent of France has just gone into the move. He said he was aiming for a slightly slower pace, so he's really blasting off now.
And that's part of this competition, isn't it? It's such high stakes at World Rowing. that competitors really find that extra inch inside them. But here we're getting some views of, if you look down at the red boats, the women's 70+ category. We've got Barbara Round on the screen right now, just a meter ahead of Susan Kemp. So they'll be looking at that screen very closely in the last 25 strokes of their race, trying to inch ahead through that sprint. We also have quite the race going on from Celia Whittam and Monica Laud here. There's only 2 meters separating them. You can see them in some of the green boats at the bottom of your screen. But as they approach the line, it looks like it's going to be Robin Stark holding on to under a 1:40 time. That's pretty exceptional, isn't it, Martin?
Well, I'm just looking at that time. He said he was aiming for a 1:40, and look what he's gone and produced. Is that a 1:36.8? Can't believe that. Am I seeing that correctly, Natasha?
You are 1:36.8. So that's putting him 4 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor, which is absolutely incredible. Competing virtually against Jean-Philippe Vincent, who is still putting together a great time of a 1:41.1. We did see a really close finish there from the Canadian Doug Round and from New Zealand Gary Etchinson. They'll both be in the arena, and they can see they're 0.6 off of one another. A great time too, though, by Great Britain's Joanne Blundell, 1:10 in the pink at the bottom of your screen for the women's 60 to 64. That's a sub 1:40 time. That's a 1:39.4. Phenomenal time. Here's Robin Stark, your winner right here.
I'm just looking at Valerie Coleman on our screen. She's coming in, the 94-year-old. She is competing in Great Britain. She's got 20 meters to go to the finish. And the last competitor is crossing the line just about now. Congratulations, Valerie. 2:54.7 for you. And there she is. She has finished day 2 of the competition. We saw her yesterday. And just an amazing opportunity to see a competitor as young as that competing. 94 years young. Wow.
And we're so grateful that she has her webcam on and we can see just her absolute power going on there, because it's great technique, great form, long strides, acceleration into the finish, all of the things we look for in this 94-year-old who only took up rowing recently. So that is great to see as she rounds up the field, once again pulling under that 3-minute time. Here's some highlights, I think, from the race as we see them at their start. Long strokes from everyone in the crowd. Those are those competing in Mississauga, and the happiness in their faces once they hit the finish line.
Amazing stuff. It just goes to show you our oldest competitor there, the age ranges we've got here competing at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, and absolutely incredible to see some of those finishes from those 70+ competitors, and some of the 65 to 69 and 60 to 64 women as well, and amazing support as we saw for all of those athletes in all of their home environments. Something that we love peering into the lives of each of our athletes from around the world. So we continue to move on. It's more 500-meter racing for the majority of the first part of this session today on Sunday. The next up, we've got the lightweight men. This is the 70+ lightweight men, along with the 65 to 69 lightweight men and the 60 to 64 lightweight men. Now, we have seen already this morning, Martin, potentially an unofficial world record in the lightweight women set by Susan Gurka. That will be confirmed later on in the official results, a time of 1:52.7. Absolutely amazing stuff. Do we think we could see another world record from this batch of athletes?
You know, that's a great shout, Camilla. I'm not sure quite in terms of the age range and the world records. Alan Mangum from France, he's looking for a 1:36. Martin Lunac from the Netherlands, he's competing in the 60 to 64 category. He's looking for a 1:30. So that looks to be one of the quickest splits. Steve Tague from the USA has got medals, coached by Rebecca Romero, a double Olympic champion in rowing and cycling from Great Britain. He's looking for a 126.9. So they're real competitors here, really good scores that they're going to pull. Whether that's going to be good enough for a world record, we'll have to wait and see.
We can see them preparing here. We also have a previous silver medalist in David Spector. He's here from the US competing in Mississauga. So we'll see some great times from him, I'm sure. He's competing in the light men's 65 to 69 category. So once again, we're racing across categories here, but they're all on the indoor rowers at the same time. We also have some Canadian competitors in here. We've got Richard Kalinsky, who says rowing maintains my health and positivity. So in this age range, we have people here for different reasons, super competitive, but also staying healthy and really getting that sense of competition, which is good to hear as well.
All these guys weighed in at 75 kilos. So you can see the sign for them to stop rowing. The flywheels go down. The helpers and coaches at home just getting ready to urge their charge on.
Look at them getting their last few gasps of air before this happens. They're oxygenating their bloodstream. They're getting ready. You can see them breathing nice and hard. Attention. And they're off. There they go. They've seen the go on their screen. And they're going to start incredibly high stroke rates, really high. We've got some 50s up in here. So that's great to see as well. Look at the strain on their faces as they do this start.
Steve Tague is going really well from the USA. Wally Brow from Canada got a great start. He was in the first row of the ergometers. Alan Mangan, the Frenchman that we mentioned, going for that 136. He's right out there in the yellow boat category. The yellow boat category are those from 70 plus for lightweight men.
So it's pretty incredible. As they head through the halfway point of this race, we can see on our screen Wally Brawl right there. He is really accelerating into that finish. Look at this high stroke rate from Tague here. He is far out ahead, and he hasn't wavered from that 126 split. So he's just going to be trying to hold that through the finish. Look at him outrighting his competitors. He is at a 50 right now as they head through the last 100 meters of the race for the 60 to 64 light men. And it's a tight one as well for the 65 to 69, those red boats. Second and third have not been determined yet. We've got two men at a 137 heading down, but it's going to be Steve Tague across the line. And we'll see he's at a 126.3 there. So look at him recover. Wow.
Yeah, he was aiming for a 126.9. I think he's inside what he wanted, but that was really fascinating to watch, Natasha. Just the stroke length that he had to do, the shorter stroke lengths to rate 50 strokes a minute. And it was a completely different tactic. The handle was miles away from the cage at the front, but he was getting so much stroke rate in and so much power on those shorter strokes that he could get that 126. And for a guy of his age, 60 years of age, you know, that is no mean feat.
We've got Emmanuel Romoli on the screen right now recovering. Excellent performance right by him, 135.0, the Italian, to come in second. We've got Martin Lerink right here. He competed, I believe, yesterday from the Netherlands. He's coming in second as well at a 132 too. But there you have a very happy competitor.
Is that Steve Tague?
I believe so.
I can't quite see the name on it, but Steve Tague with a 126.3. Yeah, I think that is Steve Tague.
Him.
Yeah. And you called it, Natasha, really short, powerful strokes. Alan Mangan from France in that 70 plus category with a 135.1. So that goes inside his target of 136. So people here at these World Indoors are pulling quicker scores, Natasha, than
Absolutely. I think a bit of it is the adrenaline taking over as well. We saw a couple of false starts in the 500s from yesterday, but we also saw people break some records in the 500s yesterday, and I think we can expect the same today. People are excited to be there in person, or even if they're phoning in virtually, they know that this competition is happening. They can sense the atmosphere, and I think that adrenaline is just part of why we're seeing such strong splits today. What were your thoughts, Camilla?
Yeah, I think there's a real sense of rising to the occasion, isn't there? When you're on the world stage, you want to put out your best performance. And we've certainly seen that from a lot of the competitors here this weekend, and still more to come, I'm sure. A few highlights there from across the stadium in Mississauga, intertwined with those competing virtually from home. Well, some happy and smiling faces there from our medalists across those categories in the 70 plus lightweight men, 65 to 69 lightweight men, and 60 to 64 lightweight men. Well, we've had a fast and furious morning, as we've said already, 500-metre racing across both Mississauga and those at home. But we also saw yesterday a very important face racing in the stadium in Mississauga. Peter Dreisegger, one of the founders of Concept 2. Great to see him out there on the floor racing in the 70 plus category yesterday. And we've got a little bit of a sort of inside piece on the story of indoor rowing and the Dreisegger brothers.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the first rowing machines that we made, they were made with standard parts, with bicycle parts, things that we just cobbled together and make something that would work. The rowing community was so ready for something that was a training machine that was really affordable, that they could get on, that they could get enough of these machines together to have a competition. I mean, the rowing community is what made it work.
I guess in the back of our minds, we always felt that indoor rowing could someday take its rightful place along with indoor, stationary bikes and treadmills as sort of the mainstay of indoor cardiovascular fitness.
It's something we've been trying to promote to as many people as possible, trying to build that base of people who embrace rowing, and we felt like we were the only ones out there trying to push it. And now there's some real momentum, and we're seeing the numbers of people who embrace rowing as an activity just skyrocketing.
It's really full body. You get full movement of all your limbs and whatnot, and it just makes you feel good after you row.
Well, great to hear there from Peter and Dick Dreisegger, the founders of Concept 2, who are our presenting partners this weekend. So let's hear a short message from them. So huge thanks there to Concept 2, our presenting partner for this weekend's 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, without which we wouldn't see anybody rowing on any machines this weekend. So a huge thanks to them. We're rolling straight now into our next race, the 500 metres for the 65 to 69 and 60 to 64 men. Martin, take it away.
Yeah, interesting. You can see Peter Kemp from Australia at the top of your screen, third down from the top. He is here visiting his daughter in Calgary, rows for Newcastle Rowing Club, back in Australia, 67-year-old. There's a strong online presence. Ari Vahavainen from Finland, I think, leading that with 122. Notionally, the 60-year-old. Peter Kemp should mention he's 67. And these are the athletes that I think we're looking for. One Kiwi as well, Alan James Halberg, aiming for a 131. He's 67 years of age, rowing in the night in New Zealand. And Sasha, what have you picked out?
I've picked out the Canadian Franz Bowmans. We saw him compete yesterday, doing a very good performance in the 2,000 meter, and he is back again today for the 500 meter. He was fourth in 2021, and he's looking for a time around 128. So I think the times in the low 130s are impressive enough, but we might see some of the breakout stars here going under 130, which will be incredible to see.
Yeah, I think you're right in that age group. I tell you, one thing I'm interested at is what drag factor they've got. They set the little sort of air vent on the side. You know, the harder the drag factor, you know, the more you move the machine, but the easier the drag factor, you know, the easier it is to row, but, you know, each pull moves the wheel a little bit less. And it's quite a thing where you set your drag factor. You know, for the sprints, a lot of guys like to have it set up quite high, 7, 8, 9.
I would say so. Usually it's the force against you. So for 2,000 meters, I think it's standardized at around a 130. But they might set it a little bit higher, around a 140 for this race, just so they can get the maximum out of every single split. Here we're flipping through the webcams. We saw Kubu Hawk coming in from Malaysia. He as well competed in the 2,000 meter yesterday with the same cheering squad, I believe. So I think we're going to see some great celebrations once they hit the end of this race. But they're getting ready, and there's the attention. And we'll have them start, and away they go. So watch this start, because if we're heading under 130, you're going to see some indoor rowers just absolutely jumping. Look at these short strokes, Martin.
Yeah, I know. That's the first 10 strokes. You've got to lengthen out in this race, I think, unless you're Steve Tague, in which case you can row the rate of 50, but nobody's quite up that high. Well, I say that, but Raymond McAvoy from GBR, he's up at 48 strokes a minute. Dennis Vikilia from France at 36, but the leader is Nevalainen from Finland. We said of the strong Scandinavian presence. And Ari Vahavainen is in fourth place. Jari Limata in the 60 category is just leading by about a metre from another Scandinavian, Martin Jelani. What a close race that is, Natasha.
Yep, you can see in those yellow boats, those are going to be men's 65 to 69. But in the red boats near the bottom of your screen, you're also seeing some incredible competition. From Denmark, we have Jelani, and he is 1 meter ahead of Finland's Limata. So that is going to be a very tight race to look out for on the bottom of your screen. Not to be left out, also from Finland, is the Hevonen. He is looking very strong at a 125 as we cross the line. So he is going to take it at a 122.3. As you say, up there in the men's 65 to 69, we are just under 130 at a 128.1. But very fast times, aren't they?
Yeah, Vahavainen said he was going to do a 122, and he delivered, didn't he? 122.3. Fantastic pacing from the Scandinavian. And Esa Nevalainen, the Finn in the 65 to 69 category as well, 128.1 at the top. Raymond McAvoy doing ever so well to come in. There's Vahavainen, winner in the 65 to 69 category. And, well, another Scandinavian, Jelani, just recovering there. 122.9, 0.6 behind Verhoeven. So he's in second place. Lemata too in third place. Where do the Scandinavians get these indoor rowers from for these 500 meters?
I'm not sure. And as we saw the stroke rates from there, they were up very high. So they've got, here we have our winner, our winner once again in his kitchen, putting together an incredible time. You can watch him just recovering there. He's got the gloves on as well for that extra grip, but you saw the machines almost jumping. There we have Raymond McAvoy. So he did well as well in the second position, and he has to be happy with under a 1:30 time.
Podium position for the Brit. And it's interesting to see people doing it in their kitchen. I mean, some people have a real struggle to fit the ergometer comfortably in a room in the house, and and they might need to put weights on it to stop the machine moving about if the floor's a bit shiny. So maybe the kitchen's the best bet for that.
It might be. And the decorations here just remind us of how international this event is. Everyone's representing their home country there, and all of the virtual competitors did have to qualify to come here to World Rowing. Camilla, do you want to take us through these highlights from the race?
Yeah, once again, dynamic start by all in these 500-meter races, and some pain faces from the 65 to 69 and 60 to 64 men. Well, we're kind of alternating between open weight and lightweight. So we've just seen an open weight event. Next up on the cards, we've got our next lightweight event. This will be the 55 to 59 lightweight men, the 50 to 54 lightweight men, and then an open weight category in there as well, 50 to 54 men, 500 meters. A big mix here again of virtual and in person, Natasha.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got 10 virtual competitors, 15 in person. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the World Rowing Indoor Championships. On your screen right now, we have the 34th race of the day. In the boats to the left of your screen, if there are numbers 1 to 99, that means they're competing in person at Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. And if their numbers are above 100, it means they are competing virtually for us. But a lot of categories in this race. Any standouts to you, Martin?
Well, I think the Dane, Michael Skelden, aiming for a 127, the 56-year-old. The times will be slower, but Guy Blackburn from Scotland, he's on the front of the field. I think you'll see him on the yellow or the red boats. He is aiming for a 125. And just remember, these guys are rowing in at 75 kilos. Jamie Hammond from Australia, lightweight man at 52. He's aiming for a 126. So we're seeing the leaders go for sub 130, which for smaller guys is a really decent pace, isn't it?
It really is. And to keep that pace, we're going to see stroke rates very high. We already saw Steve Tagg at around a 50 for the whole race, and I think we'll see something similar here. But I'm seeing a lot of these athletes with gloves on. Martin, what do you make of that, rowing with gloves, without gloves, in terms of specifically for this race?
You know, I think if you're a rower, on the water rower, you're never going to row with gloves. I mean, unless there's something wrong with you and there's an issue with your hand, some of the para rowers do that. But I think if you're an indoor rower, you know, maybe you think you're used to cycling or something like that, you know, why not try the cycling gloves and just to protect your hand? So I think the guys that are more used to indoor rowing just and not on water rowing will use gloves. And I think that's what we're seeing now. I've rarely seen an on-water oarsman or oarswoman wear gloves on the indoor rowing machine. How about you, Natasha?
No, not really. Usually the calluses on the hands are what keeps them going here. Here we have some Canadian competitors. That is Shay from my home club in Mississauga. So we'll see a great effort from him through this sprint. But you can see they're grabbing their handles and they're getting ready for the race. They've got their last few bouts of movement to get rid of all the tension, and then you'll see them grab their handles and get ready for the start. What are they thinking as they go through the start of this race? They know they have tight competition. We've seen a lot of men hovering around that 130 mark. What's their strategy here, Martin?
Yeah, you know, you've got 10 free strokes where you can just blast off and you can give everything you've got. And then you've kind of got to get into a rhythm. You've got to get into some kind of pace to take you through to about the last 100 meters, because it may seem just like a sprint, but if you go off too hard and you blow up, then that's no good at all. There they go.
And they are off. What a quick start here. As we predicted, rates up in the 50s, high 40s as the leaderboard starts to sort itself out here. So we have the 3 races going on: light men's 55 to 59, light men's 50 to 54, and heavy men's 50 to 54. And just watch that abject speed from all of these competitors on the webcams.
Yeah, Peter Torstenen from USA pulling 119s. Can I see that? That's sensational, isn't it? Peter Torstensson from America, 6-meter lead over Paul Chomsky, got through the halfway mark. It's the Australian Peter Roberts with a 1-meter lead over Sean Callahan from Great Britain. Up in the yellow boats on the top of your screen, that is the lightweight men 55 to 59. And it's Jose Manuel Jimeno from Spain with a 10-meter lead in the red boats. That is the lightweight men 50 to 54 coming into the finish. Not much to go now, final 50 meters. Petter Torstensson, what down at 127s now. Well, that's been a sensational row for him, whatever he scores. 20-meter lead, 120.6 for the American. Amazing finish from him. And just finishing, David Pace, did he come through Peter Roberts, the American, just to nick that race at the end? And the Spanish athlete taking his age category 125.5. But
and we see claps at the end from Great Britain's Darren Hoare there. He came in 4th position, but not by much. But look at that tight race in the light men's 55 to 59 category. David Pace on your screen right here, coming out on top, but Peter Roberts not close behind him, just recovering here. And we have our top 4 athletes in 2 seconds, which is not a whole lot of time. And that was really decided in the last 100 meters, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And then Jimeno getting congratulated for his win in the lightweight men 50 to 54 category. And he's just look at himself on screen there. Congratulations, Jose. You did great, mate. Brilliant.
Yeah, and we saw him compete yesterday in the 2,000-meter race. And there was a lot of tension just at the end of his race, I remember. So it looks like this sprint is really well suited for his particular skill set, coming quite far ahead at a 125.5. But look at these times. The majority of athletes under a 130, keeping that high stroke rate the whole time. We'll pass it back to you, Camilla, in the studio. What did you make of that incredibly quick race?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so impressive. You're right. Anything under 130 for a 500 meters, I'm just gobsmacked, and a few getting close to the 120 barrier there as well. Well, we've got a little bit of an update from our man on the ground, Mike Arsenault, who's being joined by one of our competitors for an interview in Mississauga.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Joined by Franz Bowmans, a tremendous performance in the men's 60 to 64. And we were talking earlier, Franz, that's actually a personal record for you because you just aged up. How do you maintain these incredible performances as you continue to get older?
Rowing a lot, like 2,000, 3,000 kilometers a year in practice. So you have to keep going, otherwise it will dwindle quickly.
Now, you have the frame and the talent level of someone who's been rowing their entire life, but that's not the case. You came to rowing a little bit later in life. What happened?
Yeah, I had a back problem, and then I needed to strengthen my core, and I started rowing at the gym, and then it looked that I could do it well, and that's why I keep doing it. And then I competed for the first time, and then you get into it, and you train more, and you get better.
So what recommendation would you have for people at home thinking, I'm injured, I'm getting older, I can't do what these people do? What would your message be to them?
You just have to do it, but you have to do some proper technique, because otherwise it will not work well. You have to do the right technique, and then it is a very low impact exercise that everybody can do. And of course it's very good for cardio. There's no joints or other things that will wear out for it. So you can see it here. There's people 80, 90 plus that still row with good stamina. So it's really possible at an older age.
Well, thank you very much, Franz. Incredible performances these 2 days. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you much.
Great to hear from Franz there, and some great advice to those of you who might be tuning in, watching friends and family who might just fancy taking up indoor rowing one day. And some highlights now from the last race that we had, the 50 to 54, 55 to 59 lightweight men. Well, we saw in the background of that interview there that Mike was conducting our rowers coming out onto the floor for this next race, Martin, which is the 55 to 59, 50 to 54, and lightweight and open weight women.
Yeah, that's right, Camilla. And one athlete that I hope is there from the USA. I'm just looking down to see. Yes, there she is, the virtual athlete, I think number 103, Jill Stamison from the USA. She's aiming for a 137, but I think what's quite remarkable about her is that the former US track and field athlete, she holds a Guinness Book of Records for the fastest time for running 150 meters in high heels. Now, I think that is quite the thing. There's quite a few record holders here, but nobody's got a record like that. So Jill Stamison, take a look out for her. At the other end of the scale, in person, Carolyn Ford from Canada. Well, she's aiming to go sub 2. A lot of these athletes trying to go their personal best. She's aiming for a 1:59, and the 56-year-old will hope for the best as she goes through this 500 meters. How about you, Natasha?
Well, we've got Janet Bolton back again. She was in both the relay and the 2,000 meter race yesterday. She is the president of one of the local clubs, so it's great to see her, as they say, practicing what she preaches and coming out for these events. Also from Canada, Suzanne Beauchamp. So we'll be looking out for her both in the 55 to 59 age category. We can see a lot of our virtual competitors. We have Donna Tulby. She lives in sunny Naples, Florida, and this is her very first rowing competition. So we hope it goes well. We're very happy to have her. She's looking to move on to live and in-person events in future. So these are the stories we really like to hear of people who are trying things out for the first time. She is competing virtually, so she did have to qualify for this event, but she is looking to do well so that she can do more in person in future. So we really have quite the field, don't we?
Yeah, we do. So the yellow boats are the women 55 to 59. The red boats are the women 50 to 54. Purple boats are the lightweight women 50 to 54. And the green boats are the lightweight women 55 to 59. There's Jill Stamison, the former athlete, with that record that we spoke about earlier.
We have Benita Clausen. We saw her in the 2,000 meter yesterday, so she'll be looking to do a repeat of her performance yesterday, maybe heading a little bit faster into that sprint piece. But we know she has the stamina after doing very well yesterday. Katrine Jorgensen, and they are off. They've gotten the attention row. We can see them in person and on your screen there. That's a nice long stroke from inside the studio.
Yeah, 47 strokes a minute out in front. Rachel Egner from USA. Benita Clausen just 2 meters behind her, just a meter behind her, up at 38. So rating 40. Nancy Cook there in the 55 to 59 women. She looks like she's hanging on already, doesn't she? She really pulls it in towards the finish. Nice long stroke she's rowing there, Nancy Cook. Just going toe-to-toe with Gert Hilpeter from Germany. I think that's another in-person rower in the stadium. So
and you can see them starting to even out now. We had Cook and Hinz-Peter very close together, but they've started to even out their splits, heading up 1 or 2 to settle in into this second half of the race just before the sprint. We do have quite the race shaping up for third within all of the red boats you see there, women's 50 to 54. So we've got Loxinen, Ferrison, and Ashbacher, who also competed yesterday, within 2 meters of one another. It looks like Ferrison is going to overtake, though, at a 138, 139 now, just holding on. Warren, do you want to take us through this last 100 meters?
Another Scandinavian, Benita Clausen, comes up with a 9-meter lead to the finish. She goes through in 134. And Nancy Cook, that we saw rowing so long, such a great stroke. She comes out to the finish line, 144 for her, ahead of Berta Hinz-Peter from Germany and the Canadian Susan Beecham, who we talked about at the start of this race. She comes in third place. Athletes still just crossing the line at the finish. Diane Dietrich from the USA just coming in the women's 55 to 59 category.
And you can see here Marika Laaksonen. She is raising her hands in celebration, coming in third there, but not by much. She's at a 138.1, so beating out her nearest competition, Ferrison, at a 138.4. That was a really tight race for third place, as we were saying. So tight races all around.
Question, do you get a medal if you come third in the world indoors, a podium place, or do you get a certificate, or do you just like take a photo of your finish time and put it up on your wall?
I believe any of the following would work for these athletes as a point of pride. But I do believe they get to stand up there on the podium together in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, in the arena with all of the applause after the audience sees what a strong performance these athletes have put together. Not to be left out too, we had 2 people racing in the lightweight 50 to 54 category. Also incredible times from them, a 146.1 from Mexico for Aguilar, and then a 149.3 from Leanne Ginty from Canada. Camilla, what did you think of those races?
Well, some really tight podium finishes, like you say, and game faces on all around. And even some smiles there ahead of taking on that 500 metres. Great to see, and some great action here. Well, that was great to see there in the background, one of those shots, little legs, big attitude. And I think some really great support going on, some great sort of mantras, mindsets across all of these competitors, and a huge well done if you've raced already today, and a big good luck to those who are coming up in the later races. If you're tuning in, watching friends and family, stay with us. We've got plenty more to come. Next up, a very big category indeed, the 55 to 59 men's category, 12 virtual competitors, 10 in person. And Martin, a big category that gets a whole race all to itself here.
Yeah, that's right, except I think it's actually the lightweight women, 50 to 54 and 55 to 59 women, I think. If I got that right, Camilla and Natasha, because I don't trust myself really with these things.
You have. That's who we have on the screen right here. So because we're both hybrid and in person at the event, we only have so much capacity to show you all of these athletes. So we did see 14 virtual competitors in the last race. These other virtual competitors will be taking those times into account as they race as well. They're going to be racing all virtually. So all of these competitors had to qualify in order to be here. And you can see on the left side of your screen, they all have 100 level boat numbers. That means they are competing virtually, but they're getting ready all around the world. We've got Australia, Denmark, Pakistan, France, South Africa. So we're going to see big cheering squads from all around the world, aren't we?
Yeah, Margit Hansen from Denmark, the 56-year-old. She's a multiple world champion. She is aiming for 141 in the 55 to 59 category. Paola Mancini, 53-year-old, aiming for a 138. And the lightweight, Candy Hain from Australia, number 109. Well, at the other end of the scale, she's a paddler. With one-bladed paddler, she's aiming for a 155, so that'll be her personal best. She likes rowing. She thinks it helps her paddling, indoor rowing that is, and they're the ones that I picked out from that field.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice that a lot of these women have competed yesterday in the 2,000 meter race, but they're really taking the opportunity to also compete and qualify for the 500 meter race. Just really shows it's a different sort of challenge here from these athletes. Here we see Michelle Rains. She is coming in from Australia with a qualifying score of 148.7. We have Sabina Faisal on your monitor there. She is coming in from Pakistan. Her qualification score for Asia was 156.8. She is a mother of 4 kids and 1 grandchild, so she is looking to make them proud here. And here we have Paola Mancini with quite the cheering squad. She's taking her last few strokes before they get ready for this race.
Natalie Vilchenot there from France, 52 years of age, 144 qualification score. And there we see the South African Ingrid Avedon. Just a shout out to the 2 guys, Lawrence Britton and Jake Green from the Row Show in South Africa, the great podcast, World Masters, of course, in South Africa coming up. And if you want to listen to some great interviews from the world of rowing, then head over to the Row Show. South African guys know where it's at as far as interviews are concerned.
Absolutely. It's nice to hear from others in the community, how they're doing, how they're training, all that sort of thing. I was going to say it's great for the competitors here. They'll have entered with a qualification score as they all had to qualify for this event, but a lot of them have also provided a target time, and that target time is going to be a little bit faster than their qualification score. So these athletes are still looking to improve as they go through their season, all culminating in this World Rowing Indoor Championships.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Natasha. It is really all about, for the vast majority of athletes, getting a personal best, adding to their personal best. And pacing is key and crucial, even on the 500 meters. And as I say, you've got free speed for the first 10 strokes. You can go off really high rates, and shorter strokes, get the flywheel moving. Then you've got to find a rhythm after 10 or 12 strokes before you build it up in that last 150, 100 meters. Perhaps the stroke rate might shorten up again in the little period just before the finish line. But in general, I'm one to think longer strokes are better strokes. If you can maintain that length and the power, then that's great.
I have to agree with you there. When we see those longer strokes, I have to say Risa Ashbacher, who we've seen a number of times throughout this competition, she competed in the last race in person from the US. She has really done those long strokes throughout the competition, and it served her well. And it's really just beautiful rowing, that linear motion. Great to see here. And I believe these ladies are getting ready for the start.
Catherine Heiner, you can see the paddles on the wall there. We saw her race yesterday in the 2,000 meters, Candice Heiner. Obviously a paddler more than a rower. Mancini there, the 53-year-old's intent with the spectators behind her. Look at the determination on her face. Eve Sankovsky, she's got a proud with her, hasn't she?
She really does. And then we've got the cameras out. These ladies are looking for great times, some looking for national records. So you really want to pay attention to what their splits are because they'll all have their own goal. But here they are off the start. Let's take a look at these stroke rates as they start their race. We're up once again, high 40s, 50s. Michelle Rains is really settling in at a 37 right off the bat. But it looks like a quick start for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, Mancini, you saw the determination on the Italian's face. She is leading in the 50 to 54 category. And out in front, it's Margrethe Hansen from Denmark in the 55 to 59 category, the yellow boat. She's got a 5-meter lead over Charlotte Hummervad, her compatriot from Denmark. Michelle Rains, the Australian, in third place in that contest. But Mancini and Sankovsky from Estonia really close, just 2 meters, Natasha.
2 meters in between them, and we'll see what happens during this sprint here. We've got a 43 stroke rate from Sankovsky, and then Mancini is holding it down at a 39. So she's still got somewhere to go in the last 25 strokes of this race, holding it down at a 141. But this is where we're going to start to see a move from Natalie Villechaineau. She's at a 143, continues to go up. She's going to try to negative split this and make up a bit of time. But look at this move from Hansen here at a 140. Her stroke rate continues to go up, and she is just moving away from the competition, isn't she, Martin?
Yeah, the multiple world champion, the 56-year-old taking it home, but it's in the red boat, Paola Mancini coming up to the line, just about 20 meters to go. She's down at 139. That's going to be a fearsome split. 138 was a target. She's not going to meet that, but she still wins. And then it's Margrethe Hansen, 141.9. Well, her target was 141.8. My goodness. Just 10th of a second outside the target. She won that by a long way. And 2 Danes coming in the top 2 places. Michelle Rains in third place in that competition. But, well, we saw the look of determination on Mancini's face, didn't we, at the start? And it seems that she's got a lot of kisses and hugs from her supporting team.
Oh, wonderful to have those supporting teams, isn't it? And getting that peek into the lives of all these athletes is just amazing. Great to see Margrethe Hansen back again, a regular competitor here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And hopefully encouraging some more people into the sport as well. We're already about to get underway, and I think I jumped the gun a little bit with this one. I've already introduced our 55 to 59 men who are now lining up ready to take to the course. Martin and Natasha.
Andrew Benko in this race, the world's best time holder in the 2K, going in 5K, but Mark Fontaine from Australia aiming for a 119. That is going to be tough to beat, Natasha.
Oh, it really is, but he seems determined to do it off the start. Andrew Benko down at a 118. I think we'll see him start to settle here. Look at these competitors. We've got Earl Jones at a 131. He's going to be looking to stay under a 132 for this race as our leaderboard sorts itself out. We have high stroke rates once again. Carlson in the lead, 48, 47 strokes per minute, but they're all holding at the top 3. We've got a 119, 119, 119. So it's going to be who can keep it through the second half of this race. Who do you think's got it?
Fontaine's dropping back. Benko is a master at pacing. He's just 3 meters behind, but with 200 meters to go, he's kind of got to drop that 120 to 119. Carlson has had a fantastic start. Look at Benko. He's so determined. Look at the look on his face. He's really putting in 3 meters as 100 meters to go. I think Carlson is going to get it. Colin Cook from the USA is in third place, but only a meter in front of Terek Island, another Norwegian coming up to the finish line. It is Carlson from Norway. He comes up to the finish. 1 meter. Benko. Will he get through him? Benko. What a sprint finish. Oh, my goodness. Benko has done it. That is a sensation. He punches the air. Andrew Benko, I wrote him off. Apologies. How could I do that, Andrew Benko? Ole Christian Carlson, how did he lose that race? Colin Cook in third place. What a sensational finish. He paced it to perfection. That is amazing.
And we always talk about rowing through the line here, and that really showed it. We should have known from yesterday, Martin, that Andrew Benko was really going to pull it out for the last, 200 meters of the race and really give us a show there. Look at him recovering. He knows he's done it by 0.3 of a second over Carlson, but great performance by Carlson as well. Keeping those splits nice and low just until that last little bit. I think the lactic acid overtook his legs, but he really held on there. And those two, quite a performance. But up next, we had some really close times between Colin Cook of the U.S., Terje Kylan from Norway, a 121.9, 122.1. That's still 0.2 separating them, going between fourth and third place. So really tight times here, and we've got 9 competitors sub 130, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And I think definitely, I think race of the day for me so far. And we're not over yet, but I think just to see the pacing, the exquisite pacing of Andrew Benko. He did the same in the 2K yesterday, Camilla.
Yeah, agreed. I think I'd have to say probably the race of the day so far, Benko, who managed to set a world record yesterday, back again, and with all the gusto and all the experience rowing through in the final few strokes there to take victory. Well, a great wrap up there of a great race, as we've already said. Before we jump into the next race, which will be the 50 to 54 men, we've got a short message from our presenting partners, Concept 2. Well, not much time to go until the next race will get underway. Another 500-meter dash. And this time, all virtual competitors in this one. Natasha, the 50 to 54 men.
Yes, all virtual competitors in this event. So all of them did have to qualify, which is great for us. We can see their qualification score. And there's going to be quite the competition over here. So we have a couple men hovering around that 130 mark. We have Ko Feng Yi, who is the member of the Singapore Master Dragon Boat team. He is here today. You can see in boat number 106 at the bottom of your screen here. And he's looking to improve on his qualification time, 132, going for a 131. So we'll see if they do that today. Any standout competitors for you, Martin?
Well, look, interested at Matthew West. He's 50 years old. He's come into the age category. He came fourth in the 45 to 49-year-old category last year. He's the British record holder. He pulls a 116.8. So, he's, I guess, a kind of standout for me. And it'll be interesting to see how he's going to do in this 500-meter competition. I'm surprised there's no competitors in person, actually, Natasha.
Yeah, so they have the option of coming in person, but a lot of these competitors decided to compete from outside. Even our American, we have David Harris in here deciding to compete from home. He won the silver medal in the past, so I guess he has a good setup at his house or wherever he's doing this from. We've got Mark Smith. He's coming in from Australia. He's got a 1:24.3 qualification time, looking for a 1:24. And it looks like Simon Pryor coming from Great Britain. He's doing it from his house. He's got quite the setup there, doesn't he?
Yeah, big old television. It's just where you can fit your ergo. Feng Yi there from Singapore or Malaysia. Signal to stop rowing. They're nearly about to start. Just waiting for that attention sign. The flywheels to stop moving.
And as they're getting ready for the race, there's only 7 competitors here in this race, but it's still going to be very tight competition. So no less competitive than the massive race we saw last time. They are off. High stroke rates here. David Harris up at a 51 for the first 100 meters of his race. And Matthew West with that incredible time, 1:16. He's at a 1:14 right now. So he's going to have to settle out and pace it through the middle of this race. Martin?
He's absolutely going to have to settle, but this is his race. You know, he's come in from that age category. He was at the top end of the age category, the 45 to 49. He's at the bottom end of this age category. He should have the advantage, and so it's proving at the moment. 1:18, he can pull a 1:16. He wants to go close to it. At the moment, I think he's slightly off his target, but he's 11 metres ahead of David Harris. Mark Smith, the Australian, having a great race with the Brit Simon Pryor for 3rd place. And behind it's the Zimbabwean athlete Barry Mitchell, Kok Fen Yi and Yang Tong from China. But 100 metres to go, Natasha.
Yeah, Matthew West taking over here. He's at a 1:19, 1:20. We want to see if he can keep it under that 1:20 marker. That's all he's thinking right now, is just to hold on as he heads through the last bit of his race. But he's going to clock in with a fantastic time, 1:16.8. Closely followed by David Harris, who broke that 1:20 at a 1:19.7. Tight race again, as you mentioned, between Simon Pryor and Mark Smith, a 1:22, 1:24 respectively. And we have great representation here from Zimbabwe, China, and Malaysia, clocking in at a 1:29.8, 1:34.1, and 1:35.1. There's David Harris. Great effort there. He has to be happy breaking that 1:20 time.
Yeah. Simon Pryor with a 1:22 and Kok Fen Yi coming in with a 1:35. I think that time for Matthew West, he was aiming for 1:16.8, and unofficially we've got a time of 1:16.8 on that score for the 50 to 54 category. So he will be delighted. I kind of was looking at what he was pulling through the middle and thinking he's not going to meet his target, but I think he went off so fast. I kind of underestimate just how much you put in the bank, Natasha, when you go off at 1:14s, 1:13s. You just get the flywheel moving so quickly.
Absolutely. And we're looking at averages here. So averages can be a consistent split throughout the race, or it can be going really hard at the beginning and just doing everything you can to hold on throughout the end of that race. So we saw him at the beginning at a 1:13, 1:14. That's the adrenaline we've been talking about, really hitting him, and ending around a 1:20, but keeping it under that 1:20 to end up with that 1:16.8 average split. So just a remarkable performance all around. They have to be happy with that. Really tight field here, as we mentioned, even with only 7 competitors. Camilla, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was just those 2 athletes getting under 1:20. Again, gobsmacking. Just a huge round of applause to them. Some sensational racing here today, even with a small field, just as competitive. Well, that concludes our 500-meter racing, I believe, for this first session. Any kind of highlights for you, Martin, from this morning's session?
Oh, Benko, I think. Yeah, you do have to pace 500 meters, and that's a great lesson to anybody. Just watch that 500-meter race and just see the pacing, see the confidence in the man, in his own race strategy, and that is how you do that race. 2,000 meters coming up next. Obviously, different pacing is important. You've got to get on your split and on your pace, and you're going to hold that for longer, clearly, than the 500 meters. But that was my highlight.
A great highlight indeed. And Natasha, now coming up to 2,000-meter racing, what do you think is going to be different now about these races coming up next?
I think we're going to see, first of all, not as quick. Obviously, a 500 meter is over in the 90 seconds to 2 minutes. So we're going to see a little bit more pacing and a little bit more strategy here. We're looking at the lightweight men, lightweight women for 21 and 22 and 19 to 20 age categories next. So these are some of our younger athletes, but if they've been racing for a while, done juniors, they're really ready to be here competing. And we do have quite a few virtual athletes coming from across the world to the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And those virtual athletes will have had to qualify. So they'll be looking to pull their best times, especially with the adrenaline that we've been talking about, the in-person competitors as well. They'll be getting ready. They probably know their competition fairly well, either from seeing them at Worlds Racing or seeing them at virtual competitions in the past. So I think the tension in the arena itself is going to be very high.
Two potential Paris qualifiers in lightweight men's double. Boujima from Algeria and Roddenberry from Belgium, 19 years of age, Bodina 22, as they go off the start and drive into this race. So just a reminder, the yellow boats are lightweight men 21 to 22, and the red boats are lightweight men 19 to 20.
Yeah, and we can see as this field organizes itself, we have Canada's Jonathan Sinkina. He is currently in first place. That's Anatoly Duko on your screen right there. One of my good friends, I've been rowing with him for a very long time. His determination and pacing is really going to pay off through the end of this race. So that'll be exciting to see in the light men's 19 to 20 category. But once again, we do have a tight race at the top, both for the light men's 21 to 22 and for the light men's 19 to 20, don't we, Martin?
Yeah, Alba Houadi from Kuwait, just 2 meters behind Roddenberry, the Belgian, the young Belgian who's hoping to make the lightweight men's double for the Paris Olympics. There we see Maud Pauzy there, and Boujima, the Algerian, he's in first place now, just edging. Well, it's so close. He's got it's a 1 meter lead over Poulsen, the Dane. They come into 1,600 meters gone. So the first quarter of the race, just staying in your pace. What are we looking at? Rate 32 for Boujima, 35 for Poulsen, just ticking it along, and just 4 meters behind Chinquina from Canada.
And just for those watching at home, we are currently on the light men's 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 races. Those will be divided by the yellow boats and the red boats on the screen. You can see here that if they have a number from 1 to 99, that means they are competing in person in Mississauga, Canada. A number over 100, they are competing virtually. So it's the webcams we're seeing on the screen now that are competing virtually. They did qualify for this event, and we can see the arena view currently on Chris Gomez from Canada, doing his best right here. He currently has a 4th place position, just ahead of Jasmine from the Philippines. So he'll be seeing that on his monitor and hoping to keep that as we head through this middle portion of the race. Martin?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Poulsen from Denmark has really just edged up. He's just moved up to 35 in that second quarter. That's a brave move, just edging the rate up. You kind of think, go in, wait till you get through the K, the 1,000 meters, and then edge back. but he's now gone into first place ahead of the Algerian. The Algerian's aiming for a 6:19, so that means clearly they're going to be looking to go through in about 3:09, 3:10 through the 1,000 meter mark, which is coming up just shortly. Third quarter is absolutely vital. There you see Bujema from Algeria in his gym, and he's in second place at the moment, but only a meter in it from Poulsen. And the young Belgian, the 19-year-old Rodenberg, out in front again, ahead of Miel Blomart. Two Belgians out in front of the red boat category at the moment. The youngsters there at the bottom in the 2,000 meter race. We have been watching 500 meter racing, so if you've just been watching and wondered what's happening, the distances have gone up to 2,000 meters. Yes, it's more traditional, and Poulsen is edging out over Bujema, Natasha.
He is, and this is the third 500 we talk about. This is where the stamina of these athletes is really showcased. But you can see here that we have Bujema. He is around a 138 right now, but still a really high stroke rate. On your screen now, we're looking at the race for the 19 and 20-year-olds. This is going to be the slightly younger age category, but they seem to be going slightly faster. The Belgian in first, Rodenberg, slightly faster than the 21 to 22 age category. So he's really coming in as a standout star here, not wavering, 134, trying to keep it under 135, so trying to go under that 6 minute and 20 second benchmark. And it looks like he'll do it heading into the last 500.
Yeah, Gomez, we're letting a shot of there, the in-person in fourth place, the Canadian. He is just a couple of meters behind Youssef Abdelhadi from Kuwait. So big motivation for the Canadian in stadium, and no wonder he is absolutely caning it at the moment. But still, Bujema, the Algerian, is in contact with Poulsen in that third quarter. A good third quarter from Bujema. He hasn't lost any distance. The question is now, what's happening with the sprint? 3 meters, you can see he's dropped his split. He's 136 to Poulsen's 137, and he's edged back to 2 meters, just 2 meters in it. With 250 meters to go, 1 meter in it, Natasha. This looks like a nail-biting finish coming up in the lightweight men 21 to 22 category.
And this is their sprint. They've got 250 meters left in the race. They've got about 30 strokes. They're thinking it's 3 by 10 strokes. I just have to get it done. But look at the sprint from the Algerian Bujema. He is up at a 46 stroke rate. That's the sprint pace of some of the 500 meter races we saw. So he is really just going for it on your screen right now. Poulsen is trying to hold on. He can see he's got Jonathan Sinkina, who is in the arena right now, having people cheer him on. He's really close there, but he's going to try to hold him off. Sinkina is going at a 136 pace. You can see the effort on his face right now. He knows that he just has to finish it, but taking the full field is going to be the Belgian Rodenberg. You can see the celebration there. He comes in at a 6:13.7. Incredible time for this young athlete, and well ahead of Miel Blomart, who's next. But you can see Bujema, what a sprint from him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it didn't quite meet his target at 6:19, but very quick time, 6:25 in this category. And, you know, lightweights weighing in at 75 kilos. I loved the Belgian crowd there from Rodenberg. It reminded me a bit of Ward Lemenin last year when he won the 2,000 meter title, but he seemed to be doing it in the bar of his local club. Miel Blomart, again, looks to be in the bar of his local club. They've really had a nice setup there in Belgium, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And the cheering squad definitely helped those athletes recovering right now. And they're just watching their fellow competitors come into the finish line. All these virtual competitors looking to pull a personal best after qualifying for this event. We still have from the Philippines, Nico Duke coming to the line here. So he's still going on your screen in the bottom right. These are his last few strokes before he gets the applause from his fellow athletes. That is going to be from Philippines. That's going to be Indana right here. We'll see. All from the same club, it looks like, in the Philippines. I had the privilege of rowing there. Great teamwork there. But we do have some very close times in here and a great performance by all of these young athletes. The star of the show being Savin Rodenberg, going at a 6:13.7, 15 seconds ahead of the next fastest in his age category. What do you make of that, Martin?
Yeah, well, I think it's sensational, and that just shows how well the Belgian team are working towards. They've got a good, strong squad of lightweight scullers for this lightweight men's double for Paris, and he's right in there with a time like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
Really impressive stuff, and a huge buffer, like you say, a big old win there in that 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 lightweight men we've just seen, and at that first 2,000 meters of the day. And we've got more coming up in just a moment's time. There are the results, a great result there for the Algerian, and I think that it's been a really good start there to the 2K racing. We've seen some good race strategy, good pacing and good support, and I'm sure we'll see the same with the 21 to 22 lightweight women and the 19 to 20 lightweight women coming up in just a moment. We've also got the open category for those same age groups in just a few moments time, and a big busy category, 15 virtual and 24 in person for the next run of the race. But before we jump into that, we've got an interview with one of our winners from earlier on in the day, and Martin, I'm sure you'll like this one. Mike is being joined down on the floor by Andrew Benko.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Andrew Benko, a baker's dozen worth of world championships. This was your 13th world championship victory, and you were neck and neck with one of our virtual competitors. Our on-floor commentator was describing the race in the last 150 meters. Did that impact your strategy whatsoever? Were you following along?
Actually, no. For the 500, this is the first 500 meter I've done competitively, and I knew at the end everybody's falling apart. So you pick a pace that you're trying to hold, and for me it was sub 120 as long as I could, and then just gut it out the last 150 meters. So again, I know Oli, who finished second, just through the virtual competitions that we have, and just knew we were going to both be giving it our all at the end there, and may the best rower win.
Well, we mentioned 13 world championships. 12 have come in the 2,000 meter. You said this was your first in the 500 meter. Why have you avoided the 500 meter for so long? You could be doubling that championship total.
Well, the 2,000 meter is really my specialty that I practice for, and the 500 meter has always been before the 2K in these competitions, so I've deferred not to do it. This is the first time that they had it afterwards, where I did the 2K yesterday and said, let's give it a shot and see what happens.
Andrew, you have your first baker's dozen. Let's see if you can start on your second in 2024. Congratulations.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm absolutely sure we'll see more of that man. Andrew Benko, an impressive 13 victories at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And interesting to hear about that being 500 metres, being after the 2K. Now, a few highlights from that last race, the lightweight men's 2K, 21 to 22 and 19 to 20. So some phenomenal support there you could see in our live pictures from that last event, and hopefully more to come. We've already said this is the 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 lightweight women and open women. A busy old event, this one, Martin. We've got a huge number of competitors across the two different racing platforms.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly difficult to keep track of. There are so many categories in this contest. I'm interested to see how Kerry Abbott, the 21-year-old in-person athlete, she's a British world-class start athlete. You can see her there. I think that's number 43 on the right of your screen. Var Hansen from Denmark, 21 years of age. Her best time, 7:09. Another in-person athletes. The athletes from Egypt, Abdel 7:48, a little bit slower, one of the virtual athletes, and Paenti from Portugal, 7:18 target. Anyone that gets around close to 7:10, 7:05 is going really well on this. Sub 7 would be just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll see quite a variety of times throughout this race. A lot of our lightweight women, especially those competing virtually, are looking at around a 9-minute time or an 8-minute time. So I think we'll see quite the range in terms of finishes, and we'll have to focus on those races within the races as people are trying to overtake their nearest competition. On their monitors, they can see who is ahead of them and who is behind them. So they'll get a good view of whether they're plus a meter, plus 10 meters, and they'll just be trying to hold their position, won't they, Martin, as they go into this race?
Yeah, very much so. You've got your split. You're not going to do anything that you haven't done before in training. It's not like, suddenly you get a race and it's going to magic. You're going to get a different score. You've really got to have a good idea, maybe within a second or two, but your split. You've got to nail your split and hold that. There's Abdel Latif. Manjanatha looks to be by herself in that gym. As we switch rounds, so many athletes from different parts of the world. As I say, it's hard to keep track of all of them. Parente, we mentioned her, didn't we?
And a lot of these athletes will have warmed up with the 500 meters yesterday. So they'll be coming back after sizing up a few of their competition, and they'll be going on to try to do the longer endurance, the 2,000 meter. That's going to be the setup that they're looking for today. On the right-hand side of the screen, we'll have all of the webcams. These will be for the virtual competitors, and the boats just underneath their country flag will determine which race they're in. So the yellow ones are going to be for heavy women, 21 to 22. Red will be light women, 21 to 22. And then the green will be heavy women, 19 to 20. And the pink, light women, 19 to 20. So they're just being told to stop rowing now. And I'll pass it over to you, Martin, for the start of this race.
Yeah, like we said so many times before, just getting your thoughts together, that free speed in the first 10 strokes. Blast off, doesn't matter. Really, there's no need to save yourself. You go off rates. I saw someone 65, 70 there. That was a sensational rate in the start of the race. I think that was one of the Canadians that went out early on. It's the Dane leading, Sarah Johansson out in front, pulling 134s, just a meter behind. It's another Dane, Varg Johansen. Johansson out in front, Hansen in second place. In the yellow category, that's women's 21 to 22. No surprise, the red category, lightweights 21 to 22, is just a little bit slower. But Zoe Dixon from Denmark, another Dane out in front, and Jamie Schweier going toe-to-toe. Schweier just edging it there in front with 147s, 148 in that category. And then as we look down in the green category, it's the athlete from the Philippines, Christine Perron, really doing ever so well in the women's 19 to 20. She's got a 12-meter lead going into the first 500 meters. And then that pink category at the bottom, the Argentine athlete, Yoleta Gonzalez-Ricuti. She is in first place, just 3 meters ahead of the Portuguese athlete Parente that we can see on screen there. So that's the first 500 meters. There's 4 races, very busy to keep across all of these. But as we come through to 500, Johansson is out in front by 10 meters. The Dane looking very unchallengeable. And unless something happens to her in the second or third 500 meters, she's got to be looking confident to take that women's 21 to 22 category.
I would say so, but this is the middle 1,000 that we talk about. So the 500s we saw yesterday were just pure strength. trying to use that anaerobic capacity. Here they're using a lot of their aerobic capacity, so they're looking to settle a little bit here. You can see that we've got Caitlin O'Donnell and Sarah Ribby here, both within 5 meters of one another, and they can see each other on the screen right next to each other wearing the same unisuit, so you know there's probably a little bit of competition coming from the same club, and your leader Johansson just flashed through on the screen there. We've got our current second place, Bruna Parente. She is going to continue to challenge Julietta Riccuti here for that first place. They're within 2 meters of each other, and they're hitting almost the 1250 here, holding a nice 151. They're going to be looking at that 7:30 time and trying to go well underneath it. But in the race up at the top for the women's 21 to 22, you have your current leader of all of the races. It's going to be Johansson, once again holding a 151. So she's settled in here around a 33 stroke rate. You'll see a lot of competitors following her lead, but it's a very convincing start from her, isn't it?
It is on screen. Zoe Dixon in the red boats, the 21 to 22 category. Just on screen there, she is out in front in that race, pulling 155s ahead of her nearest competitor, Jamie Schweier from Canada, pulling 1:02. So Dixon really out in front there. Abdel Latif from Algeria, she is in third place in that lightweight category there. As we go through the middle 1,000 meters of this race, we are into the third quarter. The fastest boats, and the Latvian Diana Bulasa is just 3 meters behind the Dane Johansson, who's gone off so quickly. Zara Lackland there, just looking at her in the 19 to 20 category for the green boats. She is in third or fourth place, I think, in that category. But so far it's Latvia and Denmark out in front. You can see that 3 meter gap between them. The yellow boats. Johansson in person in the arena. Might get a look at her. Christine Perron there in first place in that third quarter. In her category, the Filipino athletes, she's struggling a little bit. The Canadian Gillian Van Dijk is just about 9 meters behind her. Perron had a better lead, but Van Dijk, you can see her there, very intent, isn't she? She'll know she's got 700 meters left. She can close that gap. So far, it's not closing at the moment. But Perron from the Philippines out in front in that women's 19 to 20 category for the green boats down there on the bottom of the screen, Natasha.
Yep, and she knows they're going stroke for stroke right now. So they're at a 156 and matching at a 156. So that 9 meter distance in those green boats is not changing. But we're heading up to the 500 meter marker. This is where everyone knows we have about 2 minutes or less left in the race. This is when they're going to have to give it their all. You can see Bulasa has now unseated Johansson in that first race. You can see her there, pure effort on her face, and we'll see if she can hold on in this last 500 meters with that 1 meter difference between the two of them. Now going down to a 150, a 151. So they're looking to be in the low 720s for this race. There's also a little race happening further down. We've got Maya Hergel and Carrie Abbott from Great Britain. They're within 6 meters of each other, and it looks like Abbott is going to bring the stroke rate up a little bit here, try to make a bit of a move, but Hergel is really holding on. 31, 155, looking nice and strong. And we've got Katerina Signolate from Canada. She has been holding on to this fourth place position at a 28, so a nice low stroke rate, but we'll see if she'll try to bump that up. There is your current leader by 2 meters. She's going into her sprint now. She's holding a 148, so she's looking to get under that 720 time. So we'll see her do her last minute of her race, but not to be left behind. Bulasa is going to also start to do her sprint, heading up to a 33, 34, 149. We'll watch these athletes go through the last bit. Grimace on the face, but she knows she's got about 15 strokes left in her race. and they're just thinking, give it everything you got. They've got the last 150 meters here. Martin?
Balassa is just in agony. Look at the difference between her face and Johansson. Determination. Johansson just looking up. She's gritting her teeth as she comes through to the final few strokes. 1:41. She's 8 seconds ahead of her nearest competitor. She finishes in 7:11. What a great time from Johansson. What a fantastically paced race. She went off in the lead. She lost the lead to the Latvian Balassa, and then she came back to finish it. She is overwhelmed, and it was a fantastically paced race from Johansson, the Dane. Coming in now, another Dane in first place, Zoe Dixon, in the lightweight 21 to 22, 7:30 for the lightweight, weighing in at 61.5 kilos. And then we are just looking at the Philippine athlete. Perron did manage to hold off from Julian Van Dijk, the Canadian. Christine Perron in the 19 to 20 category. And then down at the bottom in the category, Bruna Parente has finished in 7:16, the lightweight 19 to 20 category. Some good times there. Zoe Dixon looks absolutely overjoyed, doesn't she?
She really does. And I'll bring your attention down to the pink boats here. You can see in the bottom right of your screen, Bruna Parente from Portugal taking it with almost the same time. She was just hundredths of a second in front of Julieta Gonzalez Fercuti from Argentina. So a 7:16.8 and a 7:17 there. So very close split. And of course, there's Christine Perron with her cheering squad, looking exhausted after that solid effort, but great pacing from the Philippine athlete for a 7:30.3, very close to that 7:30 marker. So congratulations to her. Well deserved, holding off Jillian Van Dijk, who we see here at a 1:53.2, a 7:33.0. Great job from this athlete, fighting through the pain, especially in that last 500 meters. Quite the sprint from all of these athletes, which I think shows a lot of maturity in these lightweight and heavyweight women from 19 to 22. Camilla?
Yeah, it really does. And race maturity is a huge thing, isn't it? Over 2 kilometers, you can see just how much it can really pay the price in that final 500 meters if you've not got that strategy correct. Well, it's great that we've got another live interview from Mississauga taking place with Mike just now in the arena. Mike, who are you with? Well, a few technical issues with us dialing in there to Mississauga, but not to fret. I'm sure we'll catch up with Mike at another point very soon. And just before we jump into the next set of races, we've got another few athletes taking on the 2K, the 21 to 22 men, the 19 to 20 men coming up in just a few moments time. We'll then hop back into 500 meter racing with the PR3 men, PR3II men, and the PR1 and PR2 men. A few highlights here though from that last race: the 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 light women, and the 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 women. Well, what a great race that was, and it's great to see everyone on their Concept 2 machines, our presenting partner, who will hear a short message from now. Thank you very much to our presenting partners, Concept 2, for making this weekend of racing possible. Now, I've already said we've got our last batch of 2,000 metre races about to take place before we jump back into the 500 metre format. And that will be the 21 to 22 men and the 19 to 20 men. Martin, what can you tell us about this group of athletes?
Oh, well, Belgium, really. We've got Tristan van der Busche and Aaron Audries, who are the world under-23 champions. And, well, van der Busche, the 22-year-old, going for a 5:51. His target, qualified with a 5:52. His doubles partner's only 19, and he qualified with a 6:06.9, 6:04 target. You know, both guys obviously got Paris on the horizon. And we've got competitors from athlete Gamal Ayman Taha, 20-year-old, going for a 6:13, decent target for him. Newton Seawright from Canada going for a 6:06 target. He's just 20 years of age. So a lot of different athletes here too, in persons and the athletes in virtual. How about you, Natasha? What do you see this happening in this race?
I actually see a lot of the Canadian competitors are competing maybe for the first time, or they're coming from a local high school, or they're coming from a local university after 1 year of rowing, and they're looking to get some experience here like we were talking about yesterday. So I'm excited to see those times as well. The athletes put up their personal best times. I think we'll almost see a set of 2 finishes here, some for our world-class under-23 athletes looking to go in the low 6 minutes in preparation for this year's World Championships and for Paris in future. On our screen now, we're just flipping through our virtual competitors. Just a reminder that all of these competitors did have to qualify for each of the events, but it is so great to see them on the webcams so we can see what is taking place where they are in the world, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. There's the Egyptian athlete there, just composing his thoughts. We've got a minute to go until the scheduled time of the race. Gamal Ayman Taha from Egypt. So the sign to stop rowing. You see those boats, when they disappear off the screen, that means the flywheel has stopped moving. And when everyone's flywheel has stopped moving, as you can see the boats, they're all stopping moving, then we're ready to go. There's going to be some serious splits here from van der Busche, the 22-year-old. Expect to see him right at the front of the field early on. And the Belgians will have great spectating support, as we've seen. Here we go. So the attention go has been given. 2,000 metre race, just to remind you. 5:51 is the target of one of the athletes in this race. And they are going off at a pace, and no surprise to see van der Busche in first place. Pinto is just 2 meters behind him. 1:26 is from van der Busche. He's going to need to hold that. He's gone off a little bit conservatively, I think. He's really been careful in this first 500 meters, van der Busche. He really wants to pace the race well, I think. And Pinto, I don't know whether Pinto is going off, really blasting off to stay with van der Busche. But Gamal Ayman Taha from Egypt, great to see him. You can see him on screen there. He is in front of the 19 to 20 category, ahead of another Belgian, Aaron Audries. Audries is aiming for a 6:06. That gives you some idea of the speed that these athletes are aiming for. Here's
Absolutely. And these athletes are looking to start their pacing right here. Incredible separation just off the start with Pinto and van der Busche, both looking at a 1:28, 1:29, but the rest of the field is settling into. We have Aaron Audries. He is our current leader of the 19 to 20 age group, once again coming in from Belgium. He's settling at around a 1:32 at a nice 31 stroke rate. His main competition right now from Egypt, also at a 31 stroke rate. Got Eric Seawright here, or Newton Seawright, sorry, coming in from Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. He is going to be moving through into second position here at a 133. A nice high stroke rate there from him as well. And the Egyptian has slipped down into third position. He's looking nice and strong at a 135, holding it consistently though. And consistency really is key at this point in the race, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Pinto, you see him on screen there. He's won medals in the European indoors. He's a single sculler. He's come sixth in the European under 23s, I think, in the single scull. And both these athletes will have their pacing. It makes a fascinating race for us, doesn't it? Van den Busche, well, he was quite conservative, I thought, going off 35 strokes a minute to 33, but he'll be used to that. He'll set his drag factor on the resistance that he needs to maintain that 35 strokes a minute. Sam Harris there on screen, another one of our athletes here, just about in 10th place in the 21 to 22 category. As we're heading through now the 1,000-meter mark, and the two men are locked together, Pinto and Van den Busche. This is going to be a fantastic race. Pinto has just edged out a couple of meters. Third quarter, Van den Busche is up at 36. Pinto's down at 32. You'd have to say the Portuguese would be favourite in this third quarter. He's just edged out another metre on Van den Busche. And this is absolutely fantastic racing between the Portuguese and the Belgian. The Philippine athlete, Krishna Vieres, is being challenged by Evian Brunet from Canada in this third quarter. They are both pretty much neck and neck, and they are ahead of the fifth place athlete Cedric Pecora from Canada. Out in front, Aaron Andries, the Belgian, has now edged through. So Belgium are winning that race in the 19 to 20 category. We're into the third quarter. Natasha, how do you read that contest out in front?
Oh my goodness, it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be another situation where we're looking at the last 250 meters. Pinto is down at a 32, so he does have places to go with his stroke rate. Van den Busche, a lot of stamina, but he's already at a 35 and holding it with that 129. So we'll see what happens as we head into this final sprint once they cross the 500 meter line. They're about 100 meters ahead from their nearest competition, though. You can see Evan Brunet on your screen right now from Mississauga, Canada. He is being challenged by Navarez from the Philippines, but he's got about a 2-meter lead, and he's going to be looking to widen that as they cross the 500 meter line. Again, we need to think about where he has to go. He's up around a 34 stroke rate, going up to a 36 stroke rate now. So really hoping to capitalize on that sprint for the last 500. Andrew Pinto there on your screen, your current leader. You can see the effort on his face, doing a nice long stroke, even at that high stroke rate. He knows he's going to need every single inch if he's going to hold on against Van den Busche. But last 250, Martin, how's this looking?
Van den Busche and Pinto on the same splits at set. Pinto has got that 8-meter lead. He's rowing so long, the seat's almost coming up to his heels. And Van den Busche, the man who was looking for something at around 5:51, I'm not sure he's going to pull that. He's 8 meters down on the Portuguese, the European single sculler, the man who's won ergo titles before, and he is on target for something like a 53. 127s from Pinto coming into the last 100 meters. He is in a 10-meter lead for the Portuguese. What's he going to pull? 5:49. Oh my goodness, that must be a PB. That must be a PB for the Portuguese to go sub 5:50. He is going to be amazed with that. And Van den Busche pulled 5:51.5. His target was 5:51. That's what he wanted to pull. You can't argue with that. Andries has won that 19 to 20 race, pulling a sub 6 of 5:59. And I think for Andries, his target was 6:04. So he's absolutely caned his target. That may well be a personal best for the 19-year-old Belgian, going sub 6. Even Brunet looks pretty happy, doesn't he, there with that target? What a finish to that race, Natasha.
It was, and it was what we talked about as we were so focused on that initial race for that 5:49 time. Great time. Navarez from the Philippines just pulled ahead of Evan Brunet, hiking that stroke rate up for the last, 250 meters, and he just edges him out by zero point 0.4 of a second. So look at that finish from him there. Quite incredible. So really looking at that whole 2,000 meters, almost 6.5 minutes, but it comes down to 0.4 of a second. So great work for the men's 21 to 22 category. And then Aaron Andrees, he really kept control throughout that race at a 129.7, breaking that 130 marker. But Sigray from Uruguay, who is in Mississauga right now, we just saw him on the screen recovering 132.3, a 609.5 under that 610 time. Great showing for him as well, just as we have the last few competitors coming across the line. But man, they really pushed each other during this race, and they have to be proud of that, don't they?
They absolutely do. And great result from the Egyptian, who was right up there, Mintara, with a 6:15. Evan Brunet finished fourth in his category. He looked pleased with his result, and it may well be that 6:21 is a PB for the young Canadian. Slower splits, you can see from these virtual athletes there, Villares, but just as important, Pinto getting some physio treatment there after his sensational sub 550 erg. Van den Busche, well, he did everything, didn't he? Except, he pulled what he wanted to. He set a tough target of 551. Can't ask for more than that, can you?
You really can't. These athletes, as we said at the beginning, they're going to be pushing off each other, but they really have their personal best in mind. And if you hit your target, that's really all you can ask for in a race such as this. But it really looked like Pinto was just pushing off of him, which is so great to see that high level of competition from these young athletes. So really taking cues from that, but great racing all around throughout this competition. We did have a few first-time racers as well, new racers, some of the Canadians who are here. Matthew Glenn, we have Luke Sullivan, we have Harrison Cormier, who I know from my university. So everyone really taking the chance to compete at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Camilla, over to you.
Thanks so much, Natasha. Yeah, that was just awesome, wasn't it? And just to put that into perspective, sub 550 times is what a lot of national teams would be expecting to pull. So, for such a young athlete like Andre Pinto to go 5:49.7 is truly phenomenal. And a big kudos to all of our medalists there, Tristan van den Busche and Chris Navarez of the Philippines as well in that 21 to 22 men's category. Those are our unofficial results. As you can see, official results will be confirmed later on the World Rowing website, and that's the full leaderboard in that 21 to 22 men's 2K category. Now, we already said that there's been a great win here, a sub 6 time for again an under 20s male athlete, Aaron Andries of Belgium, 5:59, another really brilliant performance there. Newson Seawright coming away with a silver medal, and Gamal Ayman Tahar in bronze medal position there with a 6:15. And great to see so many Canadian competitors as well, as you say, Natasha, taking up the opportunity to race at a home championships in Mississauga. Great to see so many of them on the leaderboard as well. Now, we've got a 500-meter race up next, so we're going to have to shift gears and start to think towards the next race. But before that, a few highlights of that last 2,000 meters from the 21 to 22 and 19 to 20 men. What a great race, and some huge performances, like we say there, from all of those young athletes. Next up, we've got the 500 meters race that's taking place hybrid for our para categories. We've got the PR3 men, the PR3 II men, then the PR1 and PR2 men as well. 9 virtual athletes, 8 in-person athletes on the ground in Mississauga. Martin, do you want to talk us through the rundown of this race?
Well, it's an interesting competition, as you say. It's a hybrid. Matthew House in the intellectually impaired, the PR3 athletes. These are for athletes who may have intellectual impairment, they may have sight impairments, they may have small impediments, but they're able to use the sliding seat, unlike the PR1 or the PR2 athletes. Milan Lakovic from Slovakia, the 48-year-old, he's looking to pull a 128.4 in the PR3. Kevin Wall from Australia, perhaps not quite as high as that, but rowing in the night in Australia, the 37-year-old, he's looking to pull a 138. So athletes from around the world. There's Lakovic, the Slovakian, the 48-year-old. Sunglasses on, looks pretty cool, doesn't he?
He definitely does. And some of these athletes, the ones who are in Mississauga, Canada, they did compete in the relay yesterday, the men's relay. So I'm sure we'll see some very competitive times from them. They have some of the energy from yesterday, and I'll be looking for that to carry over into this race. We can see them all getting prepped once again for this race. If you see boats from 1 to 99, those are going to be in person. And then over here, over 100, that's Patrick Levis on your screen right now. Boats over 100 are going to be competing virtually. Our virtual competitors have qualified for this event, which is really exciting there. And yeah, taking their final few strokes before the race begins. That's Bill McGuire. He competed in the relay yesterday. Fantastic job by him. So I'll really be looking forward to seeing his time here as one of our older athletes in this category at 73 years of age. Martin?
Yeah, Bill McGuire in the PR3 category, absolutely 73 years of age. We do have some athletes in the PR2 category and the PR2 and the PR1 category. Wilfredo Wilson from Canada is in the PR2 category. And Leela Hilongwa from the Republic of South Africa is entered in the PR1 category. That is an athlete who has problems with sit-in function. They're not able to sit without support, and then certainly not able to use a sliding seat. PR2 category, they have more use of their back function. They can kind of, you see them leaning into the stroke, and they won't use the sliding seat though. PR3 athletes do use the sliding seat. There we see Wilfredo Wilson, the Canadian, at the bottom of the screen. So a number of different categories in this. And we are just, well, we're just over a minute away from the race. I saw somebody just put their drag factor up to 10 there on the virtual screen. So we are less than a minute away from the next race. So I think the athletes will get a signal to stop rowing. Lakovic aiming for that 128.4. Girabaj there, keep calm. And what does that say? Clamp on. Just a little rock of the head there from the Tunisian, the 33-year-old. Trinka from the Czech Republic, 49. And Trinka is aiming for a 146. There we see stop rowing.
And you can really see them taking their positions here. They're trying to get the maximum amount of hinge in their body, depending on their para classification. So they're going to be really preparing here to get everything out of this first stroke. It is only a 500-meter race, and we see them, and they are off. So we've got some high stroke rates here. It's going to depend on the category. Very low splits coming out of Matthew Hauser at a 1:22.51 stroke rate. We also have Bill McGuire, as we were talking about, coming out at a 46. So that's that really high stroke rate there. 2:04 time as the leaderboard starts to sort itself out. We have Lakovic there. He is coming in second right now, 6 meters behind his competition, Florian Knoll. Tell us about what we're seeing right here, Martin.
Gurbage there, the Tunisian athlete, he is just rowing with his left arm. His right arm is down by his side. He is ahead of Bill McGuire, the Canadian athlete that we spoke of at the beginning, 89 meters ahead. He's back in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 position, but look at that. Amazing. Just to hold that handle. The handles are not designed to be held by one hand. And the athletes at the top coming into the last 100 meters, Lakovic at 1:23s, 1:24 is coming up to the line. The top of your screen, Matthew Hauser from the USA. Patrick Levis, well, he's just really sprinting for all he's worth. Not using his slide there. Lakovic comes through to the finish in a 1:24. Decent time from him. Florian Knoll, 1:27. And in third place, it was Chinka from the Czech Republic. Matthew Hauser wins the yellow boat contest. And the yellow boats PR3 intellectually impaired athletes. And we wait for Gurbage. He doesn't have a special handle. He does have gloves on. Don't blame him for that. Amazing technique just with that one arm from the Tunisian, isn't it, Natasha?
It really is. You can see him getting all the way up his slide and really reaching out with his arm to get the full stroke, which is serving him well. We can see in the lower left corner of the webcams, that's Bill McGuire in the arena. He is just finishing up his last few strokes, breaking that 2:15 marker. So he's a 2:14.3 right there. All of the athletes recovering. You can see Patrick Levis in that bottom right-hand corner. He held off Michael Cooper, keeping that 1:34.0.8 seconds ahead. He could see him in the last 100 meters and just trying to hold him off. So great competition all around. But Matthew Hauser takes it for the PR3. 2 athletes at a 1:29.7, and Lakovic takes it for the PR3 athletes at a 1:24.2. So really great job all around, nice low splits, and we've got 3 of those athletes breaking the 1:30 marker.
Yeah, some fist pumps going on there in the arena. Nice to see the close contact between athletes there. Matthew Hauser for the PR3 I category. We said he'd be fast, and he was out in front. And Fredo Wilson there with his walking aid. Just looking to get off the machine. They'll have to make way for the other athletes. Let's go back to Camilla.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, great to see some of those athletes there in the arena in Mississauga that we saw taking part in yesterday's team relay. And we'll get to see them again now as we jump to some highlights of that 500-meter race. Well, that was another absolutely storming race there, and more to come still. This is our penultimate race before the Versa Challenge takes place. In fact, the last race before the Versa Challenge round 3 commences in just a few moments' time. So lining up on the start in this 500-meter race, we've got 7 virtual athletes contesting the PR1 women, PR2 women, PR3 women and the PR3II women. Natasha, Martin, can you tell us a little bit more about the field?
Well, I think there's one standout athlete, a Tokyo Paralympic bronze medalist from France, Erika Salzo, the 40-year-old, took that bronze medal behind the British boat in Tokyo for the Paralympic Games, and she is going on boat number 103. She's looking for around about a 1:42 target time. She qualified with 1:44. So I'm not sure we're going to see any sub 140s in this, but certainly if Sozo gets 1:42, that'll be fantastic. Did you pick anyone else out, Natasha?
I did. So we've got Angela Penick here competing in the PR2. So she is looking at the para-rowing program from the US. And we also have Eva Mol from the Netherlands. So she was sick this week, but she's determined to race. She's looking to qualify for Paris 2024 or LA 2028. So we do have some Olympic hopefuls in this race, but we'll really get to see them showcase their skills. We're looking for some relatively tight times. We have quite a few of our PR2 athletes around the 2:05 to 2:10 marker. So we'll be looking for times around there. And then we have some low 140s, as you were saying, for our other athletes. So it should be quite a tight race. You can see them all preparing in the webcams, can't you, Martin?
Yeah, the sign to stop rowing, so less than a minute to the start of the race. And we'll see a number of different styles on the webcams. Marta Pinocchio, Anka Pretorius, Erika Salzo, Angela Penk, Zana Tchaikovska, Eva Moy from the Netherlands, and the Australian Lauren Webber. They're the athletes in this contest here. You can hear the noise in the background from the stadium, the music playing.
And all of these athletes will be competing virtually. They've got their boats in the 100 category, so they all did have to qualify for this event, and we're seeing them come off the start of this 500-meter race. So they're going to be looking to get their maximum splits off the start. It's almost free speed, isn't it, for the first 50 meters? And they're going to be settling into their goal split. There we have, flipping through the athletes, we can see those extremely high stroke rates. That's what a 60 stroke rate looks like in this case, as they just are letting the meters run down close to the 350 meter marker. Martin, what's happening in the middle of this race?
Well, Pretorius is absolutely caning it. 58 strokes a minute. I can't believe Eva Mol, we saw yesterday, the PR1 athlete from the Netherlands. She's up there at 62 strokes a minute. But remember, she's not able to use a slide. She's got significantly impaired function. But it's Pretorius out in front of the Paralympic bronze medalist Salzo in the PR3 category. Piccino, the Italian, in a race by herself in the PR3 intellectually impaired category. And there's Pretorius. Look at that short stroke that she's using and that high stroke rate as she comes up to the last 150 meters. She's 7 meters in front ahead of Salzo. And she's out in front with 100 meters to go, Natasha.
This is really incredible racing. The amount of stamina that is needed in this case from the South African athlete is absolutely incredible. And we're going to see her try to hold it down, but she's burned so much during this race, going down in the low 140s. We'll see her just barely hang on to a 150. It does not matter, though, because of her effort at the beginning of the race. 138.2. Breaking 140, exceptional performance by her. We see the Italian Piccinino finishing at 147.1. Eva Mol coming across the line at a 153.4. Look at her celebrate in that webcam. And then we have our last athlete Angela Panic, and she is coming across the line, about 5 strokes left. Look at that strong drive, pulling in really high, getting every single thing she can out of that stroke, and she is through the line there. 2:15.3. You can see the effort taken by these athletes. We saw some of them do the 2,000 meter yesterday, and we can see the 500 meter today. Just a very different race, but still well done across the board.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see those different categories, wasn't it? And how the athletes just managed to get their ergos across the 500 meter mark. I couldn't believe Annika Pretorius, how, effective that particular style was. Erica Zarzo with that splint on her left leg just couldn't maintain that pace, but Zarzo finished with a 1:42, which I think is what she's aiming for, but sub 1:40 for Annika Pretorius. Amazing stuff there. Eva Moll, the PR1 athlete, did try to get a PR2 qualification, but found that just too challenging, so she feels more comfortable in the PR1 classification. So let's go back to the studio.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yeah, so much action going on in that last race, and some very fast times, and potentially, just keeping eyes on times. I'm hoping that we'll see some more world best times and world records broken. But to recap all of that action, we've got a short video of the highlights. Well, that was yet another absolutely excellent race conducted by all of those PR1, 2, 3 and PR3 women, and that's their 500 meters now complete at this 2023 edition of the World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2. And speaking of Concept 2, our presenting sponsor, a short message from them now. So that was our presenting partner, Concept 2. But Concept 2, you'll see a lot of their machines across all of the competition, both in homes, in gyms and out on the floor in Mississauga. Great to have them supporting us through this event. Now, next up, we've got the next edition of the Versa Challenge. Now, what is the Versa Challenge, I hear you ask? Well, if you were with us yesterday, you'll have heard the first and seen the first edition of the challenges. We had the Beep Challenge to start us off, which was the format of a sort of old high school fitness challenge where athletes had to stick to the timings of the beep, try not to get behind that beep, and try and make it all the way to the end with the most meters covered. But then we had the elimination round scheduled for challenge number 2. We had a few technical challenges with that elimination round, and World Rowing released a statement last night just saying that they experienced a few technical difficulties with that. It caused a bit of disruption to the racing programme, and we want to make sure that they apologise for the inconvenience caused. However, it does mean that the elimination is no longer feasible to run, so we won't be rerunning that challenge today. We'll be moving straight on to the next of the challenges, which will be the Pentagon, which we'll explore in just a few moments' time. 5 challenges initially making up that Versa challenge. It will now be 4 that we are cutting out that elimination challenge. But here to explain a little bit more, and probably a little bit more eloquently, about the concept of the Versa challenge, it's Liz Suter from World Rowing.
The World Rowing Versa Challenge is the newest competition format at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Over 2 days, 10 men and 10 women will race in 5 completely different indoor rowing challenges. This is a far cry from your classic 2,000-meter race. Versa athletes will have to race in formats that they have never tested before, and they need to be prepared to take on any indoor rowing challenge. The Versa will test all the skills and strengths required of indoor rowers. How is your endurance, your stamina, and your strength? How well can you control your stroke rate, your split, and your power output? Do you know how to strategize for any kind of workout just as well as you can react to a new situation in the heat of the moment? How quick are your transitions on and off a machine? Most athletes at an indoor rowing competition compete only once or twice in a weekend. The Versa athletes will take on 5 challenges for only 1 medal opportunity. Fans can expect to see more than just different distances in the Versa. Athletes will be competing in challenges that they can't even recreate on their rowing machines at home. Only 10 men and 10 women have qualified to take on the Versa, but only 1 man and 1 woman will be crowned the world's best indoor rower.
Well, there you have it. If that's the first time that you've heard about the Versa, I'm sure you'll be just as excited as I am about what is to come. You've heard very untraditional formats, and the next of those formats will be the Pentagon race. However, we're going to catch up with Mike. He's got a bit of a sense down on the floor from some of those Versa athletes as to how they're feeling about what's to come and what's on the schedule next. Mike, what can you tell us about the feeling down in Mississauga?
Some more on this next event.
Well, looks like we're just having a few technical difficulties. We're going to try and connect into Mike once more to tell us a little bit more about what the feeling is like down in Mississauga.
Much, Camilla. Let's try this again. Some technical difficulties we are dealing with. So as mentioned, we had originally 5 challenges for the Versa Challenge. That has changed to 4 because the elimination, we had the technical difficulties. That event has been scrapped. So it's now a 4-event challenge for the Versa competitors. It's an individual competition. However, this next event, the Pentagon, is a team competition. So enemies are going to become friends. 5 versus 5 on the women's side, 4 versus 4 on the men's side. Now, the teams have been organized based on their seeding in event number 1. And here's a little bit more on the event, the Pentagon.
Yeah, so we've got a short explainer clip, as Mike's just alluded to, of what to expect in challenge number 3, the Pentagon.
The Pentagon is a challenge where our World Rowing Versa competitors will compete together in same-sex teams. The goal of this challenge is for the team to complete as many meters as possible across all of the team's ergometers. The catch? These machines will be connected on slides, and every 90 seconds, 1 team member will rotate on and off the sliding machines, while the rest of the team waits in the Pentagon. Teams will need to work together to ensure smooth transitions and synchronicity in their strokes.
So this is a really different challenge for the athletes to get their head around. We're adding in some additional equipment, the sliders, we're adding in the team element, and we're also adding in transitions. So Martin, there's probably a number of things for these athletes to think about, but I'm even thinking that some of these athletes may not have even rowed on sliders before if they've not come from a traditional rowing background.
Yeah, so let's just do an explainer of sliders. They're these kind of metal racks that you put on the floor that are on runners, and the ergometer sits on them, and you can join the sliders up to each other. So you've got two ergometers joined with the sliders, usually one behind the other. And you kind of can get a better score on the sliders. There's less resistance on the front end. It feels nicer. But of course, when you're rowing with somebody, you know, that's a different motion. You've got to go at the same cadence, the same rating. You've got to pull your handle together at the same time. I think the notion of getting on and off and the athletes, you know, not being able to row until the other athlete has got in and got their feet in place, I think that's interesting. I wonder whether they'll do their feet up or they'll just have their feet out. They'll do the straps up on the feet. There's all kinds of tactics. I don't know, because I've never done this competition. And I'm just fascinated to see how the changeovers go. There you see the sliders, one behind the other. Looks good there, doesn't it?
It really does. It looks like they're practicing for being in their teams here, and they will have two other members of their team running out to be on those sliders. Now, I used to train on those sliders with my team back in 2016, and you really have to be in time with one another. If you're even applying too much pressure before the person in front of you, they'll feel their indoor rower slide out from under them. So it looks like they'll really have to work together, and they're just practicing on coordinating right now. So I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch out for. Here on the floor, we can see that red line at the back. This is where athletes are going to have to remain behind when they are doing their transitions. We notice that we've got two teams of 4 here for the male athletes, so 2 on the sliders, 2 behind the line, and 2 teams of 5 for the female athletes, so 3 on the sliders and 2 behind the line. Looking good, doesn't it, Martin?
Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it? And I think, I'm not sure of the positions of each athlete on the team, but they have got 48 minutes to go, changing every 90 seconds. So we're looking at team 1 for the women with Kirsten Klein, Henrietta Hogberg, Morgan McGrath, Alandra Greenlee, and Nicola Goss. I think that's Nicola Goss in the front, isn't it? Kirsten Klein behind her in the back. So 2 of that team will be behind the red line, and we'll be waiting for 90 seconds. We're kind of 30 seconds into the race so far. Team 2 is with Anna Müller, the German, Elizabeth Gilmore, Charlotte Dixon from Britain, Sarah Pidgeon, and Heather Petrasco. And they are just out of shot at the moment. You can see on those leaderboards that team 2, that's the team without Kirsten Klein in, who is leading the individual standings at the moment, is actually in front at the moment. So this is just another way, isn't it, to get a different kind of competition and to help those athletes who are not perhaps as strong on the 2K ergo get up in the overall standings, Natasha.
Absolutely. And remember, we're testing the versatility of these athletes. So not only how they row as individuals, but also how they row as a team right here. And this is team 2. These are your leaders. You can see there we've got Heather Petrasco. She is in the first place position. She's running back to tag her next team member who is going to hop on right here. That's Anna Müller from Germany. And we see some verbal commands so that they all start on time. Very smooth transition there, though. You notice no one was pushing before their stroke seat. Anna Müller, in this case, got on to the indoor rower, and I think that's going to serve them well. You can see that they're about 20 meters behind team 1 right now, it looks like, but they are looking to make up that distance, I'm sure, here. So we haven't seen the other transitions from the other teams, but every 90 seconds it's going to happen. So we'll see how they can make them quickly. Over to the men's side now. How are these men looking, Martin?
Well, Team 1 is out in the lead for the men. A decent lead, 27 metres. Joel Nakarainen's in that team. Dan Vigor, the 28-year-old. Joel Nakarainen, of course, the Finn, leading the individual standings. Probably the strongest over most distances here. Zach Fow, the 35-year-old. And Julien Barbeau from France in Team 1. And it does leave an awful lot of Team 2. There we see Maciej Jaworski just behind the athlete in the front there. Jason Marshall, Frederick Lorius and Jordan Manick. And Jaworski just gets off. His replacement comes in. And looks like they're not doing up their feet, Natasha. They're sort of trying to row without their feet strapped in so they can actually get the changeovers quicker.
That's what it looks like. It looks like they're keeping those straps nice and loose. But remember, they're going to be on this challenge for the next 45 minutes. So it's going to be quite a long challenge for them. So they're not up at a really high stroke rate here. They're actually quite low if we look at their stroke rate, just using the power throughout the stroke. So we're not seeing very high stroke rates. We're not seeing them have to have their feet strapped in like they would for one of the relay competitions, for example, when we saw teammates holding feet down. But look at this teamwork going on. This, I believe, is going to be Team 1, our leading team. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, actually, Natasha. It's going to be one of the challenges, I think, working out which team is which. That's certainly the case. But there is Anna Mueller from Team 2. So I think that was Team 1 with Kirsten Klein, Henrietta Hogberg, Morgan McGrath, Alandra Greenlee and Nicola Goss from New Zealand. And there is a changeover. You see that Mueller, the 37-year-old, stopped rowing. Every 90 seconds, there is a changeover. The athletes have to run down the left-hand side of the ergometers. And then the athlete who was rowing has to wait until they feel pressure on the foot plate. And they have to set off together.
And look at the distance between these two women's teams. So they can see on the leaderboard, but they can't really rate with one another. They've got some separation between them. So I think we're seeing Team 1 going a little bit higher of a rate than Team 2, but a lot of power right now coming from that Team 2. They've cut that lead down to about 6 meters, and they're probably looking to make up some distance here as we arrive around this 42-minute mark of the Pentagon Challenge. So they still have to remember they have a lot of the challenge to go, but working really well in this team here. It's also good to note that the harder that they go doesn't really matter here. It's how they can row with the team, because if you're all pushing together, it's actually going to make it easier to get those lower splits. Isn't that right, Martin?
Yeah, it is. Team 2 and Team 1 in the men's having an absolute battle. Nakarainen, I think, the best indoor rower, is actually there in Team 1. He's seen what Team 2 are doing, and he's just pushed his team away just to edge up that Team 2 with Jaworski, who's the next best competitor, the pole, the 30-year-old. Jason Marshall, the former pro rugby player at 38. Frederick Lorius, the Frenchman, and Jordan Manick at 35. There we see Kirsten Klein in Team 1 for the women, 34-year-olds. She is really leading them off at a pace, isn't she? Nakarainen from Finland, the man studying medicine, who hopes to be in the Paris Olympics, coached by the great Finn Pertti Karpinen, the triple Olympic gold medalist in single sculls. And you can see the pace that Klein has set off on that team. Is that Hogberg there? The back?
Yes, that is.
Yeah. So you see, when Klein gets in the stroke seat, she is just leading them off. We So I think we are going to have a chance to see what the atmosphere is like in the floor. Let's go to Mike over there in Mississauga, Canada.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, the Pentagon is underway, and it's interesting seeing the teamwork strategies utilized by these 4 different teams, the 2 male teams and the 2 female teams. Right now we're seeing women's team 2, which is right behind me. They're in the lead so far through this event because they had their best communication from what I've seen of these 4 teams. The middle athlete is the one who is the main communicator, letting the girl at the front and behind know what cadence to pull at. So their rowers are moving a little bit more smoothly on these sliders. Comparatively, the 2 men's teams, which are in the middle, a little more herky-jerky action. They're not communicating as much. But speaking of the teamwork necessary, we're having some coaching strategy utilized as well. Just want to draw your attention to the front row in the stands there. We have a number of individual coaches acting as team coaches. So before the event, they were going through some strategy on how to approach the transitions and the rowing speed on each of the 90-second pieces. And also during the event, they're doing some coaching as well. This is a long event. We're just 7 minutes in. We have another 30-plus minutes to go. So we'll see. My prediction is that Team 2 women will emerge victorious due to their superior communication skills.
Well, that's a great shout, Mike. Interesting at the moment. There's a few things that's happened. Team 2 are 42 metres behind Team 1. That was a fearsome pace set by Kirsten Klein to take Team 1 out in front. And Nakarainen, when he was getting the bit between his teeth in Team 1, he led his team. You remember Team 2 got within 2 metres of Team 1. They were in second place. They are now trailing almost 50 metres behind Team 1. And, well, that's Charlotte Dixon, I think. Team 2 there in the picture. The 24-year-old British indoor rower. Setting a nice pace. What is that? That's around 30 strokes a minute. Klein's
it looks
still
to be that way, and it seems that she sees the leaderboard going. You see Kirsten Klein take a quick look over because she's trying to lead her team to victory as well. We've seen Kirsten Klein go out really hard in the first few minutes of the race. So I'm sure we're going to see that trend continue here. And it'll be interesting to see our endurance competition at the end, what they have left in terms of their team. Working together is going to be really important here, and pushing off of one another, I think, is going to be important in this case. This is the men's team we have, so they've only got 2 people on each team. And as much as they're not communicating as much, they do only have the 2 people to communicate between, so hopefully they'll be able to get it down pat by the end here. I think we're about to see another transition as they go through, but very much pacing with one another. It's an interesting strategy, though, when you have to have your person in the first position run all the way back, as opposed to just switching your person in the last position, isn't it? There's going to be that division there.
That's right, Natasha. Let's head back to the studio.
Well, what a great start there to the Pentagon Challenge in the Versa. Just 30 metres or so separating those teams at the last transition. We'll follow that the whole way through. We'll be checking back in with them in about 10 minutes time to bring you an update. But we've still got more racing going on alongside, in tandem with that Versa Challenge. And the next race lining up will be a 500-metre race, 15 virtual athletes in the 40 to 44 lightweight men, 45 to 49 lightweight men, and 45 to 49 men. They're just about to start rowing. Martin, take it away.
Yeah, another great Finnish athlete from Finland, Hakkinen, looking for 120s. He's a virtual athlete. Blevan Stitman from New Zealand, competing in the night in New Zealand. He's aiming for 126s. The athletes are driving off now, and we can see that the Norwegian, another Scandinavian, 115s out in front in that category of men's 45 to 49, Natasha.
Absolutely. They're heading through the 350 mark now, so quite ambitious speed here. We've got a 114, 115 happening from the Norwegian, Lansem, and then not close behind from Finland, we have Mäkinen, who you just mentioned, at a 1:18. So it'll be interesting to see here, more than halfway through the race, is Lanson going to hold on to that ambitious pace? He's at a 41. He's got his whole cheering squad behind him. And then here's your second place athlete for this category at a 1:19, staying a little bit more consistent as we head through the line. We do have the light men as well in this category, led by Tyson Witt right now. Blair Johannes van Strippien, he is 2 meters away from him, so that's a tight finish. But as we go into the last 50 meters, it really has been Lanson's show. He's just falling off a little bit right now. He's at a 1:31, but he's done enough in the first 400 meters of that race to hold a 1:17.4 versus the more consistent McKinnon. Here we see Tyson Witt winning his race at a 1:25.4, just 0.6 ahead of the New Zealander. And then we have Alonso in that third race, light men's 40 to 44. He seems incredibly happy with that performance at a 1:25.7.
Yeah, probably a personal best for him. Good race, wasn't it, between the American and the Kiwi in that category, with the American finishing with a 1:25.4. But Lanson, really interesting. Not much body swing over, sort of quite an upright body, but and not over long at the front end for the Norwegian, but so powerful, 1:17. And Jani Mäkinen, compared to the Norwegian, he looks all alone there, doesn't he, in that gym? I kind of feel a bit sorry for him.
I think it just shows you a bit of the power of the cheering squad.
Yeah.
In this case, doesn't it? Seems to be the 2-second difference between them. But look at the smile on that face. That's really what we're here to see. These athletes feeling so very accomplished. And I think we're going to go through some of these highlights from the race. Camilla, over to you.
Thanks very much, Natasha. Yeah, some great highlights. Loving all of the different gyms, different homes. Look, these athletes are competing from, and a great set of highlights there in that very quick 500 meters for all of our virtual athletes taking part there. Now we've got another set of 500-meter races coming up. Next up, we've got a hybrid event where we've got some athletes who will be taking to the floor alongside that Versa Challenge going on the floor with them. There'll be 18 athletes there contesting this next event and 12 dialing in from the virtual perspective. It's the 40 to 44 men, 40 to 44 lightweight men, 45 to 49 lightweight men, and 45 to 49 men. Now, Martin, you seem to have identified somebody potentially on the start list who is standing out to you, maybe?
Well, I think we've got that Marine we've seen before, James Wade, who is aiming for a 1:20. You can see him there. He's in the stadium from Great Britain. The signal to stop rowing now. Dylan Dragswick, he's 44. It's his first in-person race. He was on the podium in the 2K last year. But there's some great scores. Nick Thomas from the USA, 1:11. His target, is he going to do that? I can't see that. Anton Grassel, the Slovakian, 1:13. So there are some big pullers in this race.
I think so, and I think we'll see them really start to come out within the first 10 strokes. I think for the 1:11 hopefuls, we'll see some major high splits in the first 10 strokes of the race. But as we get around halfway, they start to come a little bit more tapered and find their pace a little bit more here. But just look at that high stroke rate. That's a 55 coming from Hansen here. You can see the indoor rower almost bouncing up and down as the leaderboard gets organized. And it's a 1:10 from Nicholas Thomas. Look at that, Martin.
Nicholas Thomas, 1:10. I didn't note him down. Well, Nicholas Thomas is 1:11 he's aiming for. He's on 1:11 now, but we saw 1:10, so he can afford to go 1:12s. But I can't see him maintaining a 1:11. What an incredible pace. Look at him go there. He's such a powerful man. Gets on, really locks on his glutes, doesn't he? Nice, smooth draw to the finish. And he is on 1:13s. He is killing this field. David Rackstraw from Great Britain in second place. Dylan Dragswick, as we mentioned before, the 44-year-old in third place in the men's 40 to 44, coming up to 100 metres to go, Natasha.
And it's only going to be less than a 1:20 race, so we can barely talk through it. Nicholas Thomas, this is where he's just holding on. He hopes he's done enough in the first bit of this race to get through. Dragswick, who is challenging for that third place position, looks like he is also going to hold on to it there. We had some switches at the end. James Wade coming through for a nice finish. We've got James Thompson down in the men's 45 to 49 category, 121.9, 0.4 ahead of his competition. And that's really going to be happening in the Mississauga arena. So I'm sure they heard all of the yelling from that. But it's Nicholas Thomas with an absolutely standout performance, 114.1. Look at the weights on some of these indoor rowing machines as well.
Yeah, you've got to have those weights to hold them down, particularly when you go, off the start in 500 meters, when you're pulling 111s or something crazy like that. The forces on the machine are phenomenal. It's all right when you smooth out through the middle, but David Rackstraw, the Australian, in the middle of the night, second place with a 1:18 dead, unofficial time. And the athletes able to converse. There's a man with the Royal Navy top on. Not sure if that is James Wade, the Royal Marine. But in person in Mississauga, Dunning-Scott managing to win that race for the lightweight men 40 to 44. Head of Alistair Angus. Let's go back to the studio now.
Some huge times there. Like you said, Nick Thomas of the USA pulling a blister-only quick time, chased hard by those in Mississauga too. And that was a lot of raw power coming out of all of those athletes. And I'm sure we've got a few highlight clips of that race to bring you in just a few moments. It was a great race all round. We'll be joining the Versa Challenge in just a second. I'm sure you're all just as keen to hear as I am how that's going on. But before that, here are the highlights of that previous race in the 40 to 44 lightweight men and 45 to 49 lightweight and open men. So after that sort of quick wrap up of that previous race, a short ad break now to bring you from Concept 2. Big thanks to Concept 2. Well, we've got a lot going on down on the ground in Mississauga. Mike, what can you tell us about what's going on in the Versa Challenge and all of the other racing that's going on in Canada?
All right, thank you very much, Camilla. So we've actually just had a first false transition by one of the male teams, so that's going to really impact their progress here. That's Team 2 men just had an issue with that last transition. We still have approximately 25 minutes left in this Versa Challenge. Communication, of course, will be key for these teams. They thought it was an individual competition, and now they're teaming up here in the Pentagon Challenge. So communication is key. So I'm joined by Scott, who is the coach of one of the athletes on Team 2 for the women. And what was the message coming into this event? That basically enemies are becoming friends. So what was that strategy, that advice for communication for this event?
Yeah, so all these girls here can obviously row, but this event now is about how well they can work as a team. So yeah, it's about keeping their cool, and as we've just saw, a couple of mistakes have already been made. So it's about keeping cool and staying as consistent as possible for the 48 minutes.
Now, it looks like the Team 2 women are really the only team in this Versa Challenge that are really communicating quite effectively. So what was that message from you to the team coming into this event?
Yeah, so keeping super cool and keeping transitions really fast. We obviously have to transition every 90 seconds. So lots of time can be wasted during the transition phase. So it's keeping the transition smooth and yeah, keeping your cool.
So I predicted that Team 2 women would win this based on that communication strategy that you developed. We'll see if that will continue. Camilla, back to you.
Thanks so much, Mike. Yeah, absolutely critical. It seems that the communication is key, all coming together as one, as a team. And as we've already heard, the penalties for those athletes that aren't able to transition within the rules can really be detrimental to their score. Now, we'll be tuning back into the Pentagon Challenge as it goes into its closing stages. It's now 24 minutes and 30 seconds to go within that challenge, so they've still got a whole heap of rowing left to go. They're almost through halfway, but there's still plenty of time for those teams who are sat in second place to try and gain some ground. Now, we're moving now into the 45 to 49 lightweight women, the 40 to 44 lightweight women, and the open category as well for the 45 to 49 women too. That'll be starting in just a few moments' time, and all virtual athletes in this one, Natasha.
Yes, there are. So when we have all virtual athletes, we'll see all of those 100 and over numbers coming at us, and all of these athletes will have had to qualify for this race. I think we're getting some video from the floor, which is great to see from that Versa Challenge. And it looks like Mike's prediction might turn out to be correct. Right now, we've got Team 2 leading. Remember, we had Team 1 leading for quite a while for the initial part of that race, really driven by Kirsten Klein here. But Team 2 seems to be doing really well, almost 200 meters ahead of time. And just look at that timing on Team 1. Martin, what do you see here?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. You can see the pickup on Team 2. Mueller there with Dixon that was behind her. Anna Mueller and Charlotte Dixon just swinging really well together. But you see a different pickup there. The Kiwi athlete Nicola Goss really quite in her shoulders, isn't she? And that's quite different to the pickup of Kirsten Klein, who's behind her, the 34-year-old American. And that's different to the athlete in that third place as well. And they're not swinging together. And, you know, if you don't swing together, you're not going to get that score up. So I think team cohesion, Natasha, looking across the two teams, you could really see it there. There's Kirsten Klein just jumping off. And there's the athlete there from Sweden, Henrietta Hogberg, jumping on. A few quick little strokes.
That was a great transition for the men right there, wasn't it? Just a very quick heading to the back, coming back to the front, and really starting to pull together. But we can see the same thing. Here's Team 2 from the men, and it seems like we have our athlete in first position here, really leading the team, and our athlete in second position. That's going to be, I believe, our Ukrainian athlete. Correct me on that if I'm wrong, Martin, but just lingering behind.
At the back, you've got Maciej Szywoski, the 30-year-old, who is in that Team 2. Team 2 at the moment, well, not successful as the women, but they are a little bit back as we see it. So we're now going to this next race.
Yeah, heading over to see the heavy women's 45 to 49, light women's 45 to 49. and light women's 40 to 44 category. So as this Versa Challenge is going on, it's quite a long challenge. We're going to see some of our 500-meter events. This one happening fully virtually, so they won't be in the arena with the Versa athletes right now, but competitive nonetheless. We have athletes from all over. It looks like we've got 13 athletes divided among these 3 categories, and they're just being told to stop rowing now as they get prepared for the start. Martin, any standout athletes to you in this crowd?
Yeah, it's a great shout, Natasha. Ella Fox, the 45-year-old, she holds world record in the 100 meters. She's the US champion. She's only been rowing for 2 years. She's US champion over 500 meters. Linda Bradel there. It's interesting that, you know, the Frenchman, Annelies Bradel was a famous Belgian sculler who I think got a bronze medal or silver medal in the 92 Olympics. So I was struck by the name when I saw it. Sam Owen from Britain there in the 45 to 49 lightweight category. But Ella Fox with that 128.9. Bradel is looking, on the other hand, for a 139-ish. So quite a spread, I think, around about 10 seconds. But as you say, athletes from all over the world. June Gyoko there, looking to produce something special, a PB. Melanie Lecat, Aviron Toulonnais, down there, that flag. Athlete's been told to stop rowing.
And here they'll just be waiting for everyone's flywheel to stop, so we really have a fair start. They'll just be waiting for everyone to be starting from a stopped position, so everyone has to do the same start. And I think we'll really see an aggressive start here, especially from these lightweight women. They're going to need to get the rate up to match that power that comes typically from the heavyweight women. So all of them in their starting pose here. This is a fully virtual event, so coordinating with all of these webcams. There's the attention, and they are getting ready to go. So they are off here. We see different strategies off the start, doing small, short strokes or trying to get that length from the beginning, but it looks like the leaderboard is going to start to sort out here with Ella Fox, as you mentioned, up around a 42, Martin.
Yeah, she's got that handy meter lead over Le Crosnier from France and Sundstrom in quite close contact. Nadia Grimier from Australia just dropping back a little bit. No, she's just found a pace as she's gone through the 350 mark, and she is toe-to-toe. In fact, she's moved into 3rd place. And in the other category, we got Linda Bradel, who's looking for a 139, miles out in front of the lightweight category. Another French athlete, Melanie Lecault, as we come through the halfway mark for Lecault, is pulling 144s, and she's in the lead in her category. But it's Ella Fox out in front, Natasha.
And I think she's going to hold on to it. I think she's done enough before this 150-meter marker to get under that 130 time. So this is going to be her holding on. That's Bradel, who is currently leading for the lightweight 40 to 49 category, and Melanie Lecault, her other leader from the lightweight women's 40 to 44 category. But it really is Ella Fox's show right now. She's up around a 140, so she really felt her stamina go in this last bit, but I think she does have enough, and we'll see a phenomenal time from her coming through that end. So not quite under 130, but 130.7. Incredible race by her. Not close behind, or very close behind some of these heavyweight women, is our lightweight winner. That's going to be Linda Bradel. Look at her celebrating. That must be a good feeling, getting under that 140 marker. That was definitely a race for her. And then Melanie Lecat with that 143.8 time. We're just seeing all of them cross the finish line. Not too much of a spread, is there?
No, there's not too much of a spread. Linda Bradel, she was hoping for a 139.1, but she looks pretty happy with 139.8. Those times are unofficial. Get the actual times on the World Rowing website. Marianne Camplada there in 3rd place in the 45 to 49 lightweight event. So we are getting these virtual events while, of course, we've got the Versa event going on in the stadium. Still dark in Australia, isn't it? She's got her Aussie top on, her Aussie zoot suit. It looks like the yellow top there. And, well, I don't know what it means for these athletes to get up in them. I've never had to do that, get up in the middle of the night and row. But it must be, you must need to be so focused and drink lots of coffee, I'm guessing.
I would imagine so. You really have to plan not only today, but your whole week around when you're going to be racing, especially for just racing for the 90 seconds that we have here. Look at these athletes as we go through the highlights. It's always nice to see the start of their races, pure adrenaline, their entire team behind them screaming, and it's great to see all of these athletes setting up their webcams in this situation. I think we'll head back to the studio. Camilla, it's over to you.
Thanks so much, guys, and more great racing, race after race. And speaking of great racing, we're going to jump back into the Versa Challenge, which is the Pentagon taking place right now. And Mike Arsenault is the man in the know down in Mississauga. So no update with Mike as yet. They're not quite ready for us over in Mississauga. So instead, we'll look to the next race on the cards, which is our 40 to 44 women and the 45 to 49 light and open women. Again, another hybrid event. And as the ages kind of come down, do we expect the scores to get faster, Martin?
Interesting. I was looking at a few of the splits here, and I think for this next event, I was looking at sort of around 134s is the fastest split that I saw. So we saw a 132 in the other race. So yeah, you would imagine that those splits would come down. But Teresa Hodgesova from the Czech Republic, the 43-year-old, lives in Switzerland. She came third in the European Indoor Rowing Championships with a knee injury. She hopes she's on better form. So maybe she is going to pull below that 134.7, which she pulled in the European. Sally Lancaster from GBR, 41-year-old. She's aiming for a 134. Did you spot anyone, Natasha, that might go below 130?
I did not actually hear, which is interesting because for our heavy women 45 to 49, that upper age category, we had the top 5 under 140. So a really competitive age category. So it'll be interesting to see if they can match that. But once again, we do have some athletes who are in the facility, in the arena in Mississauga. So they'll be going beside those Versa athletes to do their 500-meter test. Here we've got Hardy from the US, Claire Drew from Great Britain, Nicola McCullough from Great Britain as well. All of them are going to be in Canada. We've got Jennifer Jones-Pedersen, Isabel Tiolis, also from Canada in that race. So I'm sure they'll see some of that competition and we'll see some adrenaline off the start line. So I expect to see very fast splits off the start. And the same way we've seen in past races, that last 100 meters is just going to be the athletes holding on as best as they possibly can. Quite a few 44-year-olds in this race. So those who are just still in the category 40 to 44 and looking to age up in the next year. So I'm sure we'll see some great competition as they have their last chance to compete in this category. But here we've got the stop rowing signal. I'll hand it over to you, Martin.
Yeah, I was interested to see the Japanese athlete there. She had a really decent time in her splits. I'm not sure we've had too many athletes from Japan, but there she is, top right of the screen. Just picking up a handle. There it is, ready to start. And they're off. And the athletes from Japan, Takayo Yamasaki, well, she's not competitive so far in the first part of the race. That contest goes to Claire Boistard from France. You can see her boat go just over Sally Lancaster, aiming for that 134 split. She's down at 132 at the moment. Boistard is at 134. Lancaster, I think, will go through her just shortly. The Finn Helikala is just edging back, just 3 meters behind the lead. Sally Lancaster's moving so well, isn't she, in that top boat category. Karine Alterman in the red boat, 45 to 49-year-olds, and Jimenez Garcia just ahead of Doherty of the USA in the green boats there, the lightweights. But out in front, Sally Lancaster really building a great lead as she comes through with 150 meters to go. The early leader, Sydney Boystar, just dropping back, and I think it's going to be the Czech Horisova, who we talked about, aiming for a 134.7. Yes, she does take third place. She moves over the fast-starting Frenchwoman, and she's got in her sights Hikala from Finland, and she is moving. She does it. She takes the fin, but no one's going to stop Sally Lancaster as we come up through the finish. Sally Lancaster crosses the line. Her time of 132.5, unofficial at the moment. That beats what she was going for. She is going to be absolutely delighted when she gets herself together. Horisova from the Czech Republic moved through the field beautifully. That was fantastic pacing, Natasha, wasn't it?
Oh, that was great to see. But also not to be left behind, we've got Alicia Jill Hardy, who came up from about 7th position there. We saw her in the relay yesterday, but she really moved through her other competitors. We saw her in the arena in Canada. But here we've got some celebration from the athletes. Anna Hakila from Finland at a 136.7. We have Garcia here, who came second in the women's 45 to 49 category in the arena. She'll be sitting right next to first place, Bella Doherty, who came 143.8. So they're going to be very close to one another during that competition. We see a thumbs up from her, which is great to see. And then Katrin Oltmann with a really consistent time there. You see a 155 on your screen. That's what she was holding the whole time. So just sort of a different strategy in that race. But the star of the show, Sally Lancaster, 132. Wasn't that incredible?
Yeah, long, rangy athlete. Horisova there just falling off the machine. She absolutely paced it brilliantly. Came through the field. She's so pleased. Look at that. Shout at the camera. Well done, Teresa. You were magic. And recover well. There's Sally Lancaster, I think. She's just turning off the camera. Sally Lancaster there. We missed it. Looks like we've got some highlights, Camilla.
Yeah, we do. And there is Sally Lancaster, speaking of which, the victorious athlete in that race, and some great in-person competitors there as well. But you can just see how much effort Lancaster put in to win that 40 to 44 women. And there's Teresa Horisova of the Czech Republic, a great comeback from her too. Well, it's been a really sort of tight set of races once again for the podiums, although that was a very comfortable finish from Lancaster in that 40 to 44 women. And speaking of tight racing, we're going to be jumping right back into the final straight of the Versa Challenge. It's got 7.5 minutes left to run, and I'm particularly looking at the men's race, where it seems to me like we've only got a 17-meter gap between the two teams. But to tell us more, it's Mike Arsenault on the floor in Mississauga.
Yes, thank you very much, Camilla. You mentioned tight racing. We have one race that is very close, the men's competition. The women's competition, not so much. But first, let's go through how this is going to be scored, because we're less than 7 minutes until the finale of the Pentagon. So the winning team in the men's and women's competition will receive 10 points. The second place team can get is going to be 8 points. They will only get 8 points if they're within 500 meters of the winning team. Anything outside of 500 meters, they're going to achieve descending points down to 1. So we could have a discrepancy of 10 points to the winner, down to 1 for the loser. They have to be within 500 meters. Now for the men's competition, it will be a 10-8 finish for sure, because that race is so tight. Conversely, I predicted this at the beginning beginning of this competition, women's team 2 is thoroughly dominating women's team 1. At last check, they had a lead of over 600 meters with just 8 minutes remaining. The communication is impeccable, and the rowing mechanics are absolutely smooth. Women's team 1, not so much, but they need to stay as close as possible because, again, these 5 women off my shoulder will receive 10 points. Women's team 1 are really going to have to work hard to try and get 8 points each in this event.
So I think we were looking there at the smoothness of the team 2, and that is fantastic. When you look at their technique, they've held that throughout the race. And Sarah Pidgeon, the beach sprint rower from Canada, leading that team, the 34-year-old out in front. Team 2 with Anna Müller from Germany. Really, really strong effort from them. There's Nakarainen, who has just heaved his team back into a lead. Team 2 did take the lead. They're now 21 meters behind. It'd be great to see the splits that Nakarainen is pulling. He's almost heaving that team over the line, and his teammate is absolutely going with him. He's got the same pickup on the shoulders. Their technique looks very good. This must be a great combination. Team 2 is edging back just 15 meters. I don't know if Nakarainen can see that, Natasha. 14 meters now. There's Zawoski at the back of from Team 2, the leader of Team 2, the fastest guy in Team 2. And yeah, it's just edging back.
And we're at 4:30 right now, so they only have 3 transitions left in their team. For some of these athletes, this is going to be their last stint on the indoor rower, so they know they have to make the most of it, but their teammate behind them might have to go for a little bit longer. Oh, so we see a little bit of a challenge there getting started for Team 2, giving Team 1 a bit of a chance to break away with the lead here, but it looks like they're staying quite constant, around a 35-meter difference between them. That difference went down to about 1 meter, though, so this is just one poor transition away from being a very, very close race. You can see the effort on their faces. They're working so incredibly hard, and we see that split is showing at a 0.47, 0.48 per 500 meter. That's because it's split between the 2 athletes, but they're each going at around a 140, 135 pace here. So really tough pace considering they've already rowed for about 35 minutes. So talk about what they're feeling right now. They have to think about teamwork, strategy, but also they're really fatigued, aren't they?
Yeah, they've been going for that long, and this is a weekend-long competition. They've having to do their warm-ups, and they raced yesterday. Okay, so they missed one competition. But this is really, really tough, isn't it? And it made even more so because they're doing it together. They don't want to let their teammates down. It's great that they were enemies in the competition, and now they're friends. I'm not sure if that's team 1 there. I think it probably is. Is that Nicola Goss? No, I'm not sure that is. Just waiting for the transition there. And we saw that transition. It was agony, wasn't it? Maciej Jaworski, the Polish quadruple sculler and the double sculls, real experienced oarsman. And it just was heartbreaking to see when his teammate jumped on the machine. They just weren't cohesive at all. They didn't pick it up together, and they just lost that distance on Team 1. They were just 2 or 3 meters behind. They're putting it back. There's the way to do it. Look at women's Team 2. Charlotte Dixon in the middle of that team, the 24-year-old, anchoring it. I think we've seen that great technique the whole way through. Just look at the way the body's open. And we're coming through with just 2 minutes left. We've got a transition in 30 seconds. Just one more transition to go, Natasha.
Yeah, and we really saw Heather Petrasky leading that team over Team 2. They're now almost 800 meters ahead, so they are giving it their all. But it's been that consistency in those transitions because they come up so often. That seems to be what's helping here. But there was Team 1 for the men. You can see how they're starting to pull away with their consistency in their splits. Beautiful rowing by all of these athletes. You can see a very good picture of how the indoor rowers are matched together and stuck together in this race. And it's going to be Anna Mula taking this last little bit for Team 2, trying to lead her team to an even bigger victory. The leaderboard is really going to be split after this. But here's Team 1 trying to make up that distance, and they're not looking very together, are they?
They are not. I was going to say, Natasha, Kirsten Klein there was really saying, you know, what are we doing? They're just not picking it up together on the front end. And that distance, 800 metres behind, they are going to suffer penalty points. No 8-point margin for them for coming second. I'm not sure what the judges will award them, but it's going to really shake up this competition. Kirsten Klein leading the women's competition. She's going to be right back now. And I think someone like Anna Mueller from Team 2 might well be leading this individual competition going into the second part of day 2 of this competition. Nakarainen out in front. Well, he's going to maintain his overall lead by the looks of it. Just 22 seconds to go. You can see the effort on the Finn's face. There's the splits they're pulling. Can't quite see what that is. Nice to get the camera view, the reverse shot, isn't it? As we come through, they've just got 10 seconds to go. Still that cohesion in Team 1. Not looking great, is it? Just different pickup on the front end. Charlotte Dixon, experienced. She puts the handle down. Yeah, they're done, guys. She loves that. They are loving it. They will really celebrate as one, that team. Look at that. High fives from Mueller to Pigeon there, and the rest of Team 2, Petrasco and Gilmore, all of them wonderfully cohesive. And it's a great moment. You know, normally you think of individual competition in this event, don't you, Natasha? But to see the team element was just amazing there.
Oh, absolutely. I like how a lot of the athletes are wearing individual shirts from their own country, and seeing all those countries come together in a big hug as well, that's a special moment as well. So it looks like we've got a bit of an interview going on down on the floor with those winners. Mike's got to be happy. He sure called it, didn't he?
Well, I don't think even he would have thought it was going to be that much. Are we going to go to Mike, or shall we go back to the studio? Camilla.
Thanks, Martin. Wow. I mean, that was quite something, wasn't it? I mean, just all the different factors, the slides, the transitions, and it really did come down to the teams that were most cohesive, most communicative, when it may not have been, you know, the first thing in their mind as an individual is just absolutely amazing in this competition, the way that you have to kind of change the way that you're approaching things. Now, I believe we've got Mike in Mississauga with some of our victorious athletes in that challenge, the Pentagon.
Yes, thank you very much, Camilla. Your transitions, your communication, and the technique, all impeccable. How were you able to make that look so easy?
So I think we all knew we have a couple of people here that have rowed on the water and a few that have rowed on slides before. So I think as soon as we started talking, we were all straight away on the same page, and we all just worked really well together. And like, we never had any questions about what we were going to do, and I think that really helped to work together.
Now, you came into this competition expecting to work as an individual. You were forced to team up in this event. What was your mindset coming into this?
Again, I think it was just about syncing up together. We focused on the rhythm more so than the power, and I think that really paid off for us.
Now, this is going to be a difficult question, because now you're friends, you're smiling, you all achieved 10 points together. We have 2 events left. Now we're back to enemies. So how do you kind of flip that switch in your brain?
I think it's not a problem, actually. Like, everybody's doing their best, and that's it. Like, we give everything we can, and at the end, we're gonna have dinner tonight.
Well, your best was a dominating performance here in the Pentagon. Congratulations.
Well, great to hear from those athletes. And it really is a tight bond that those 10 women and 8 men are going to sort of form through these sets of challenges. And that was really demonstrated there by those interviews, don't you think, Martin?
Oh, undoubtedly. And it reminded me of the camaraderie amongst the male and female single scullers that you see on the water. You know, they're really good mates. They're bonded together. And it's just been wonderful to see.
So a few highlights here from that very long 48-minute challenge. They were really having to push themselves to the limit with a number of different partners on those sliders, but it was the teams that communicated well that rose to the top and clinched those all-important points for the leaderboard in the Versa Challenge, which we'll be bringing you an update on very shortly. Just great to get those shots from Mississauga, and it's the only fully in-person, non-sort of replicatable event that we have here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. It's what makes it so unique. So just before we jump into the next set of races, the last few to close out this first session at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championship Sunday, we have a short message from our presenting partners, Concept 2. So big thanks to Concept 2, our presenting partners for this weekend's racing. Next up, we've got more 2,000 metre races. So we've just finished a big block of 500 metre races. We're back now into the 2Ks. And Martin, I think you said this was one that you were looking forward to, the under 17 men's 2K. We've got 3 heats of this. So we're going to have to really keep our finger on the pulse with who's doing well.
Yeah, I think we've got an in-person heat starting off, and I did look through. I don't know whether you looked through, Natasha, but I couldn't find out too much detail on certain splits. It looks like the whole of the Canadian team or Canadian juniors have been in this contest. The Chinese Gong Chen, as I say that, he's out in front pulling 137s. Griffith Copeland from Canada. And, Adam El Shanawi, he learned to row in Egypt. He's just 16. He took a year in Egypt to learn how to row, and he's leading this heat of the in-person under 17. So a lot of different athletes. Do you know any of these guys at all, Natasha?
I am recognizing their uniforms, their unisuits. So it seems like a lot of these rowers are teammates. We see some Ridley College, E.L. Crosley, so local high schools around the area. And they are here to compete with each other, but also against each other. So they're really looking to push each other with sort of their teammates as they go through this race. We see who you're talking about earlier, our current leader, Adam El Shanawani. And so he is approaching the 1,500 meter marker. Nice and consistent, 28 stroke rate. I think you'll find with a lot of these athletes, the more mature ones will be going at a bit of a lower stroke rate, 28, 29 as we head through this middle piece. But one thing to note too is going to be the ages of these athletes. Under 17, we've got 14-year-olds competing with 16-year-olds, and this is during their junior racing years. So a lot of them are looking for experience. This might be their first time completing a 2,000 meter, and it's on a stage as big as this one. So I think a lot of these athletes are going to be very thankful for this challenge. Here, that's going to be Griffith Copeland. He is approaching the 1350. Once again, holding great splits here, great consistency. A 28, a 145, that'll get him just below 7 minutes, which is probably what he's aiming for here. And he knows he's only a meter off of Aaron Jackson, who's just ahead of him as well. We have Gong Chen there, an athlete coming all the way from China to compete. He is holding a 145 out of 30, maybe went out a little bit ambitious, but he's looking to keep it strong through the next part of this race. Martin, what do you see?
Well, I was really impressed, I think, with the young lads. I did note the young Leon Gagarin, the 14-year-old. He's back down in the field, but, for a 9th grader. But look at El Shanani there. He's got a really mature style, hasn't he? He's got that high pull of the handle, and so often with the young athletes, you see the handle coming into the body. The coaches kind of don't like that high pull. They kind of say, just row like you would on the water, but he's got that advantage there, that 15-metre lead over Griffith Coupland coming into the K, the 1,000 metres. Oh, and there's somebody really suffering. Maybe that's an attack of asthma. Look at the pain on his face. Who is that? That's I couldn't quite see the name, but that was sad to see. He's carrying on. Let's hope he's okay. But
that's going to be Ethan Tremaine Callahan. So he is actually doing pretty well right here. He's holding a 2-minute split going up and down from a 2 to a 2:05. So he's very middle of the pack here. He's close to Leon Gagarin, who just moved through him and is looking to move up in the pack as well. So we've got a couple really tight races as we go further down the leaderboard. You can see about 100 meters out, we've got Dane Lancaster, Wyatt Porter, Owen Liu, and Anton Milkolov, and all of them within sort of 10 meters of one another. So moving through the 750, we're going to see a lot of sorting of the leaderboard. This is the third 500, and for these inexperienced athletes, this is where the stamina is really going to hold up. Once again, still strong with our leader in front. You can see him there.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for a sub-7 from Adam El Shawani, and there we see Charlie Guilfoyle just moved up as the camera focuses him into 3rd place in this heat. Just a reminder, if you are watching this, there's another 2 heats to go, so these athletes are posting a fast score, but the athletes in the other heats will hope to better that. Griffith Coupland is now under pressure from Charlie Guilfoyle, and we see there as they come through with the last quarter. Okay, well, you kind of think I've done most of the hard work now. I can just hold my split. That looks good. El Shawani is on 144s, 145s, as is Coupland. Guilfoyle is down at 143. He moves up into 2nd place. What a move from the young Canadian. There he is, looking across. He looks strong, doesn't he? He's looking left, he's looking right, he's looking everywhere. Keep your head in the game, son. Get on with it.
I think so. That's probably what his coaches are yelling at him from the stands. But that is a 16-year-old in this event, so he's almost aged out of this category, so he'll really be looking to show his experience in the last 250 meters here. But it's really been the Alden El Shanawi performance right here. He's got about 30 strokes left in his race, and he's at a 29 rate right now. So he has room to go. He's creeped up a little bit to a 147, but he's back down to a 146, 145. And he really just has to let the crowd take him now. I'm sure there's a bunch of fans and classmates, teammates, and family in that arena in Mississauga, and he has to let their energy take him through to the end of the race. I think it's going to be a toss-up for 2nd and 3rd, though. Aaron Jackson is finding his sprint coming from the 4th position. Charlie Guilfoyle, he's dropped back down to 3rd place as Griffith Coupland tries to get his sprint going in this last 150 meters of the race. Martin, take us through the finish.
Yeah, we're coming up to the finish. El Shawani is going to cross the line. He's down at 141. It's been a superb performance from the Canadian who learnt to row in Egypt. 6:49. Is absolutely delighted with that. Griffith Coupland, 6:53. Another sub-7 for Charlie Guilfoyle. Aaron Jackson comes in sub-7. John Carmichael too, another sub-7. And then Julian Goldbeck from Germany just over that mark as they cross the line now, the 7.11s and 7.12s. The athletes still going. We've got a lot of athletes in this competition to finish. Griffith Copeland there, you can see him with the green top on. Average of 143.4. I don't know whether he's fed up that he hasn't won that heat, but he's got to be delighted with his performance. Leon Gagarin, the 14-year-old, finished at 7:37. That's a decent time for a 14-year-old to pull, isn't it, in this category?
It really is, and all of them are just making it through this race, which they have to be proud of right now. As well, we can talk about Gong Chen, the Chinese, who is out in front at the beginning, but still coming in 7th. So a very well-paced race from him overall. Good job all around. Isaac Brock coming to the finish line. He knows he has about 120 meters left. That's less than 15 strokes, and he's just going to be trying to finish his race. All these under 17s, they're very competitive, but they are doing this for the first time, some of them. So you can see the cheers going on for the under 17 men who are next to one another, just getting through the race. So a lot of camaraderie happening here as well. I'm sure a lot of these athletes will be meeting new friends, which is lovely to see. You can see coming up to cheer for Isaac Brock across the line as well. Some are just lying on the floor. They know they've done it. But as you said, Martin, this is the first of 3 heats, quite a few people in these heats. A lot of them have been seated, so they're trying to sit next to people who they're relatively close to. Griffith Copeland will have been 2 indoor rowers away from Charlie Guilfoyle, so they're able to see one another. Perhaps that's what they were looking at throughout the race, but all of these athletes will be looking to switch as the next heat comes up. I think we'll head back to the studio. Camilla, over to you. Wasn't that quite the race?
It really was, and like you say, I think that when you've got teammates and you're there on home turf as well, especially for those local Canadian athletes, it will have been quite an experience to sort of rise up to the challenge, race your teammates, and it's created that great atmosphere we had in heat number 1. And just to remind us of that great atmosphere, we've got a few highlights from that race. So that was the first of 3 heats we've got lined up in the under 17 men's 2K. The next heat we've got about to start in a couple of minutes time. That will be all in person once again. Natasha, I'm sure we'll see a heap of people lining up, 39 to be precise, in the arena in Mississauga.
Yeah, and it's a great way to keep that energy going. We're used to maybe being on an on-water season or rowing in different contexts, having a cheering squad, but being all in person. You have the people who just went leaving the arena, you have the people coming in, and you have all of those families and supporters from both the first, second, and I think the 3rd heat all together, cheering these athletes on. So it's really quite the atmosphere in there. And it's a good way to make sure people keep coming back to the sport and doing the indoor training to compete at something as large as this event. So I'm sure all of these athletes are taking it in, and they're looking up to the other athletes they see warming up, right? They had some of the 19 to 22-year-old athletes going ahead of them, even just for the 500 meters. So they're looking at these athletes, and they want to be them someday. They want to learn from them. So I think it's really inspirational for all of the under 17 athletes involved.
Yeah, and it's great for the crowd, isn't it, too? Because quite often, I know this from the UK, that the junior events, the sort of regattas like the national schools, they are the best attended events for spectators. And with so many young athletes here, as you said, you've got mum, dads, families, friends, which really builds the atmosphere up in the indoor arena there, and makes that fantastic for everybody concerned. And I think, you know, it's great, isn't it, that the schools have entered, and the chance to race in the World Rowing Indoor Championships. It's just sensational to say, I rode in the World Championships. I mean, you got a 14-year-old kid, and, you know, if the championships weren't in Canada, someone like Gagarin, he wouldn't be in a World Championships. But that's a hell of a thing to say, to have on your palmares.
It really is, and that sort of participation is really valuable. I'm sure for even the organizing committee here, it is really great to see all of the participation from the locals here in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. We have had events at this same Paramount Fine Food Centre in the past, but that has been at least 2 years ago now, or 3 years ago now. We've just had virtual events. So really the introduction back to in-person indoor rowing events, and it being the World Rowing Indoor Championships, is very powerful in this moment. And we see here we're back in the arena, and they're setting up for the next event. So they'll have some of the athletes coming in, and it looks like there are quite a few spectators in the stands here. Now, as one of those spectators, what goes through your head? Are you just cheering? Are you wishing you could give them some advice? What are these spectators thinking, Martin?
Well, first of all, they got to spot the person they've come to watch, because that's not straightforward. If your eyesight's, you know, not great, then, you know, you hopefully you know their number that they're competing, and you're just going to be focused on them. But it's mesmeric because you're watching so many young men in this particular contest, and they're all doing different rates. I love this parade. This is when, you know, you start to see proud parents. They're all in order. They've been lined up in order off stage by the officials who are doing a great job. The supporters here. That's a tall lad, isn't it, with that red cap on. A few tall lads come into rowing. You best talk about some of these one-piece suits that you recognise the colours of, Natasha.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the high schools in the area, especially the private high schools, going all around the greater Toronto area. So this is within about an hour-and-a-half drive to Toronto. There's a big concentration of Canadian young up-and-coming athletes, and their schools will be trying to, you know, expand the sport, especially because school happens here in Canada during the winter season. So they can't be on the water. So indoor rowing has really taken over in terms of school rowing in the winter months. So we'll really see it sponsored by a lot of the different high schools in Canada. And that's what the different unisuits we're seeing will be part of. We also see some hats, which is quite nice in here as well. So everyone's trying to do what they can, I guess, to stand out to spectators, like you were saying, as they take their first few strokes, but also to represent their school. This is where they learn to row. They probably have a great relationship with their coach, who is here to see them. So they really want to represent. And I think that kind of pressure is really good for these young athletes.
Yeah, I did. You know, there wasn't too much biographical information on them. I did pick out a couple. Michael Guguer, athlete number 8. He is a 16-year-old from Crossley Secondary School, which I think is in Fonthill, Ontario, if you know that, Natasha. And Mason Laundry, athlete number 34, another 16-year-old. He started rowing in the 7th grade, which is quite early to start rowing. Normally in the UK, they start rowing in the 9th grade. And
absolutely. And I think, Camilla, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, I think we've actually got an interview from the arena. Mike, who are you with right now?
Yes, thank you very much, Camilla. I'm with Charlie Guilfoyle. Well, Charlie, you're 16 years old. Yeah. I don't know if you can drive a car yet. You can certainly manipulate a rowing machine. Yeah. You broke 7 minutes on the 2,000 meter, and that was a PB. Did it have to do with performing in front of this crowd? Did that give you an extra boost of energy?
I think the crowd definitely helped at the end. Going to the last 500, I was feeling bad with myself, but just hearing everyone screaming really helped me push through at the end.
I remember when I was 16 years old, you couldn't tell me anything. I would just, a 2,000 meter, I'd probably pull as hard as I can.
Yeah.
What is your strategy to approach an event like that as opposed to a 500 meter sprint?
Yeah, so I've never really done a 500 race, but in the 2K, I always love to do the fly and die strategy. So I went out at a 140 and just tried to hold on from there for the rest of the 1500. So I'm not the strongest guy, but I can hold a high rate. So I just had to keep on going from there.
Now you're a local guy, go to Upper Canada College, which is in the city of Toronto. What is your goal for your rowing career over the next couple of years as you look toward post-secondary school?
Yeah, so I started rowing in grade 8. We didn't have it for like a year and a half with COVID, but we've really started up now. And now I'm feeling like I'm hoping if I can keep on getting the split down, maybe we can keep on going further on in life.
And we'll see how long your time holds up here at the next 2 heats. Congratulations.
Perfect, thank you so much.
So it's the American Mason Laundry pulling 138 that is establishing a very early lead over Andrew Radin from Canada, Dominic Mulrain in third place, Ryan Tuttle from the USA level in fourth. Well, he's just lost that fourth place to Braden Durchak from Canada. Matthias Essek back in sixth, seventh place. Miles Quinton there too. Close with Lewis Riddle, who's just pushing through. His positions changing in the early part of this race. But Mason Laundry, if we get a look at him, there's Andrew Radin, the fourth place athlete. There's Laundry, look at him. He looks so relaxed. He doesn't look like he's doing anything, does he, Natasha?
No, he does not. He looks like he came in with a plan, and he is setting his pace around that 30 stroke rate. So nice and low, I guess, in terms of other races we've seen, around a 30. His fellow competitors are some a lot higher, some a lot lower than that. But this is only the first 400 meters of the race, and the temptation, especially in this level where there isn't too much experience, is to try to stick with the person in front of you. So I think what a lot of these athletes are thinking right now is row your own race. We're heading into the middle 1,000 meters, find your split. So I'm sure we'll see this leaderboard start to flip a little bit more as we find these different splits. Now you can see on your screen, we have those white boats. Those are just showing the first, second, and third place from the prior heat. So we get to see that as spectators, and we get to see how these athletes are doing. And so far, I would say it's a very competitive pace in this second heat. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, really competitive. And to think of how far Adam El Shanawi was out in front of his heat. There we see Andrew Radin in sixth place at the moment. Andrew's pulling 150 splits, so he's probably going to be looking for a time over 7 minutes at the moment, but still out in front, Mason Laundry. He looks so relaxed, very mature style. Nice high pull as well at the back end of the stroke from the American. Wonder where he's come from in America, not sure of his bio details, but it's cool there with his cap. Petersfield, is that Petersfield College, Natasha?
I think so. I think it's Pittsburgh College here from Ryan Tuttle, and he is also from the US, made the trip up to Canada, and he's fighting for his third position with Matthias Essek. They are now approaching the middle of that race, but very competitive splits here. If we remember in the last race, we were hovering around a 145. These are going, we have Mason Laundry with a 137 here, but even Braden Durak in second place, he's at a 139, and Ryan Tuttle is at a 142, competing with Matthias Essek at a 143. So very close times here as we get a pan around the arena to all of these athletes working really hard. Mason Laundry starting to breathe a little bit harder here, but he knows he has a very strong lead, setting up for a very competitive time here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So I'll look to him to keep this split down, 137, nice and consistent as we go through the 750 meter of this race. But it seems like there's a lot of close races happening even down the leaderboard, right, Martin?
Yeah, Ryan Tuttle is going toe-to-toe. What is he, 7 meters ahead of Matthias Essek from Canada. Just a position change there. Andrew Radin went ahead of Hudson Stort. Andrew Radin has got down to 146. He was at 150 ones, I think. He's really put down his splits in this third quarter of the race. And Mason Laundry out in front. He's extending his lead over Durchak from Canada to about 25 metres. Ryan Tuttle is just holding that third place lead at the moment over Matthias Essig. But I think it's interesting that Adam El Shenawani is really pulling up that white boat of the person in the first heat. He's just edging up the leaderboard, and it's interesting, fascinating to see if he's going to move into, what is it, fourth place at the moment. Essig just in front of him as they come towards the last 500 metres. Mason Laundry hasn't really deviated. He does look so relaxed. It's been a fantastically impressive performance from this young man with his cap on. Looks the part, doesn't he? And,
he really does. And it looks like as he goes into this last little section of the race, he's bringing the rate up 31-32. Same thing is happening with Matthias Essig. He's up around a 34-35. So you can see the pure effort on his face, but he really wants to overtake Ryan Tuttle here. So there's 1 meter in between the two of them, and it looks like Essig is going to get the lead here at a 35 stroke rate, a 1:43. He's chasing after that third place title. Here, Braden Durkak, impressive performance from him as well, 1:36. He's really got a sprint going on here as Mason Laundry just holds on at a 1:41. He's just trying to get through the line here as he finishes his race with 100 meters left to go. Martin, take us through it.
He's got plenty of time at the front end, doesn't he? Slides up. There's no rush at the front end. He gets his big muscles collected, Laundry. As we look at Durkak there, just closing the gap on Mason Laundry. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Oh my goodness, I didn't think it would be that close at the finish, but Durchak came back just half a second. Laundry is so pleased with the win. But just in the last part of that race, Natasha, Essig crosses the line. He will cross in still sub 7, so 6:30 is an amazingly fast time for an under 17 rower. There's the second place athlete. He nearly got it. He's got to be frustrated, hasn't he, that he didn't win that race? Absolutely.
He is, and I'm sure he heard his cheering squad as they saw him moving up and up, closer and closer. You almost think if the race had been 10 meters longer, would he have made it into that first place position? So that's that timing, and I'm sure he's going to come back next year very hungry for that title, because that was quite a close race. Half a second in between your first and your second place leaders. And we can see from the previous heat, we have Adam El-Shinawi. He is moving into 4th position. These are final times, unofficial final times, but these will be times used to crown our winner. Very competitive time up the top, Mason Laundry we saw there. But here we have people finishing our race. So from China, we have He Lian, Jack Boba is just overtaken by Quinn Rogers, 157.7 each. Competitive times. These athletes have been looking to come in underneath 8 minutes, which Dominic Mulrain almost does, 8 minutes exactly. Kyle Chung again from Canada, Austin Shen. So we just have a few athletes finishing, and of course their cheering squad in the crowd, which is great to see all of those proud looks on the supporters' faces.
Yeah, it is, and these will be the 14-year-old athletes that are just finishing the competition. You can see them on our race tracker screen, but the athletes just coming in, I think, for that third heat that we are about to see.
I think so, and I think they'll be looking up at that leaderboard, maybe a little bit intimidated with what just happened in the previous heat. I will take it back to the studio because I really want to hear Camilla's take on this. What a race.
Yeah, I feel like we're just building, aren't we, towards the third and final heat in this under 17 men's 2K event. And every competitor so far, the sort of 70 odd that we've seen, have all been in person in Mississauga. Next up, we're adding the hybrid competitors, the virtual competitors into the mix, so it's only going to get even more tense. So we are approaching the final race of the day. We just saw our in-person competitors file into the arena, and here are the standings from that under 17 men's event so far, and we'll be looking to complete the rankings in just a few moments' time with that third and final heat. So we've had a big, long first session of racing. We've seen action in 500 metres, 2,000 metres and the Versa Challenge as well. Martin, as we look to the last race of the day, what have been your highlights so far? Still Andrew Benko?
I think it's close between Andrew Benko and Team 2 in the Versa Challenge and their cohesion. I just thought that was fantastic. I think you could really show clips of that to schoolboys, schoolgirls, and just say this is how you win in rowing. I thought it was fantastic, those shots we were getting, and just the score distance that Team 2, because the athletes, you know, they were fairly matched, the two teams. So I think that distance ahead really says something. And just as we look at those young athletes there, just going there, athlete number 40 is in person, Rodine Azari, but we've got some amazing athletes here. Connor Gamps, his target from the USA is 6:21, which would win this contest. Atticus Luciani from Canada, he's a 14-year-old. His target I saw was 13:20. I couldn't believe he got that right. It must be quicker than that. But of course, we've got Elijah Harrison, the 15-year-old, who is rowing virtually. So this is an event which we have got some virtual rowers. He is the brother of Isaiah, who pulled 6:01 when he was 6:16 when he was 14. And then when he was 16, he pulled 5:53. He's pulled 5:58 at 17. So real family tradition for Elijah Harrison. His target is 6:20. Tadeusz Muk from the Czech Republic, 15-year-old, he's qualified with a 6:17. He says his target is 6:08.5. So it may be that the Czech athlete walks away with it.
I would say so. I think it's going to really end up in the last 500 meters, as we've seen so often here. But I think having that intensity from our leaders, as we see in the P1, P2, and P3 white boats at the top of the screen, is really going to push some of these athletes to almost burn themselves out in the first 500 meters. So I think it won't really be a test of who goes out the hardest, but it'll be the test of sort of the middle 1,000 meters and how these athletes can do. So once again, we do have some athletes on our webcams. Those will be represented by the boats 100 and above. And then if we see numbers 1 to 99, those are the people competing in person, as we have that great arena view right there. But as the leaderboard shakes out, it looks to be Joshua Mann from Great Britain competing virtually. He's going to have a 1:21, 1:30 time right here. We'll just flip through some of the webcams that we see. Omar Al-Sayed here for the under 17 men. Elijah Harrison, who we talked about earlier, he's in 4th place right now, setting a 1:36. But he's fighting to keep that place with Lucas Moroney. So we'll see how that ends up shaking out nearer to the end of this race. But it is only the first 500, so they're really sorting themselves out. We have a very ambitious pace set by Joshua Mann here, but he still is not quite at the level of Mason Laundrie, who looks like he might even run away with it here with that really quick time. Joshua Mann is at a 1:37 right now as our current leader. Martin, I'll pass it over to you for the middle 1K of this race.
Yeah, I was just interested to see Joshua Mann because his qualification score was 6:41. He said his target was a 6:20. And he's been rowing since he was 10 years of age, competed in the British virtual competition and won gold medals, as you'd expect. But the target that he's set, you know, for everybody to reach for is sensational. I can't see him holding that split. I think the Czech athlete who is moving up the field is going steadily closer. Tadeusz Muk getting closer to Joshua Mann. We're not even at the halfway point there. Great race between Elijah Harrison and Lucas Moroney. Elijah Harrison looking to pull that 6:20 score, just got the better of Lucas Moroney. He's got Muk in his sights now, but they're 23 metres behind, and Muk will go through Joshua Mann to take the first place. Grant Shaw from the USA back in 5th place. The Latvian Antonis Jerovickius is back in 6th or 7th place. The Australian Vaughan Henderson there, the 15-year-old, wants to do a 6:40. He did a 6:44 in qualifying. So he's right up there, isn't he? But Mason Laundry, well, he's back in, 5th place, and Durkak as well in 6th place. So there is our race leader. Looks great, doesn't he? Look at that compression he's getting. Slides right up to his heels. The handle's going right up to the cage out front. The Czech flag on the wall behind him. Absolutely caning it. There is our 2nd place athlete, Joshua Mann. Big lad, isn't he? Really powerful, strong in his core. Using gloves. Elijah Harrison, the American flag, coached by his parents. Looks like he's putting in so much effort there, the 3rd place sculler. He's about coming up now, level with Joshua Mann from Britain. In fact, he overtakes him, Natasha, as we go through the K. Elijah Harrison, the 15-year-old, moves into 2nd place behind the 15-year-old Czech athlete Tadeusz Muk.
And that's that endurance we were talking about earlier. It's really going to shake out in this 3rd 500. Elijah Harrison had his race plan. He probably wasn't even thinking about the other athletes in the first 500 meters of this race, but he has to now. We're 7:50. We've got just under 3 minutes left in this race, and he's holding on by about a meter ahead of Lucas Moroney, who's having a great 3rd 500 here. Still low at a 33-34 stroke rate, but a 1:36 steady split going on here. So looking really strong from the Canadian athlete, who's in person at the bottom right of your screen there. Moving on down the field, Joshua Mann looks like he is still feeling the effects of his first strong start, but he's still at a 1:45. So he's still going to try to hold on, keep it nice and consistent. He's at a low stroke rate, so through this 500, he might find it again to take it up. But that is your leader, Tadeusz Muk. He has 420 meters left in the race. He is showing no sign of slowing down. So it looks like he is going to be our new best time, depending on what happens in this next 400 meters. Elijah Harrison was just overtaken by Lucas Moroney in the arena. So there's about a 6-meter difference between them, and he's really going to have to start his sprint now if he's going to overtake the Canadian who we see in the webcam just at the top of the screen. That is the arena view. He's being carried by all of the spectators who are cheering him on. He's 40 meters off the lead, and this is going for a personal best time here. So really exciting as we head into the sprint, Martin.
Yeah, and the last race of this morning session, it is the young Czech athlete Tadeusz Muk. He is down at 1:35s and going towards the last 100 metres. On screen we can see Lucas Moroney. How has he got through Elijah Harrison? He's putting distance, 15 metres between himself and Elijah Harrison. Joshua Mann still managing to hold on in 4th place. How is the Brit managing to do that? I thought he was going backwards. Grant Shaw in 5th place as we come up to the line. Tadeusz Muk from the Czech Republic will cross the line with an amazing time, no doubt. Yes, he crosses the line. Fantastic result from him, 6:13. Not quite his target, but a sensational win for him. I think Moroney will finish in 2nd place, 6:22 in this competition overall. You can see that Elijah Harrison takes 3rd place with 6:25. They are the podium 1, 2, 3. Mason Laundry not quite on the podium, the white boat from the 2nd heat, as is Brendan Durchak. Joshua Mann, well, he finishes 4th in that heat, but just a little bit further back in the overall competition as we wait for the athletes to finish. Joseph Moody, the next to finish from the USA. We see Tadeusz Muk there. Well, he looks like he's been in a competition, but I think he paced himself really well. And love that Czech flag on the background. Callum Wilson from Canada just finishing just over 7 minutes. Congratulations to Benjamin Walk from Canada, 6:59.4, sub 7 for him. These athletes now, Alistair Hay, Arden White finishing, Ashton Kidd would just come in 7:17. Ethan Harrison contemplates his 3rd place. Joshua Mann, well, no doubt he is suffering, and didn't he take it off bravely? You think if he maybe paced it a little bit, he might have got a little bit of a higher score. Grant Shaw there, 5th place athlete, came in with 6:36. Vaughan Henderson in 6th place. We're just looking at the Aussie there. Middle of the night for him, rowing virtually 139.6 average, so sub 640 for the Australian. And that's his coach or his dad. Aussie flags in evidence. Athletes still finishing. Corey Gow, the Canadian, he finishes in just over 8 minutes. Congratulations to Atticus Luciani, the Canadian, finishing in 7:57. The man from grade 9 from Dundas, Ontario, wrote down 13:20 was his target, but sub 7, so that's great for him. And the athletes are finishing as we go through this race, Natasha.
And what incredible racing. I am still impressed by the young man on your screen right now, Lucas Maroney. He really held his own against Elijah Harrison during this race. We thought Harrison was going to take it away as we hit that 750, but just that low stroke rate giving him room to do an incredible sprint. He should be very, very proud of himself. And that 2nd place finish at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Quite the performance there. So we've got him on camera, a nice little thumbs up. And we'll go through some highlights from the race. Camilla, what were your thoughts?
I was just so impressed, Natasha, like you say, with Lucas there. He was very steadfast despite being one of the only competitors in the arena, in and amongst those virtual athletes that surrounded him on the podium. An amazing feat there for Maroney, but big kudos as well to Tadeusz Muk of the Czech Republic too. That was very cool, calm and collected, just paced it well at 33 to 34 strokes a minute, and barely a sprint at the end to see him cross the line victorious in that very competitive under 17 men's 2K event. Well, that was the final session of the final race of session 1. I'm going to quickly jump into a roundup of all of those results from the under 17 men's event. There you have your podium finishes. Tadeusz Muk taking the gold medal in that under 17 event in a time of 6:13.8, and then Lucas Maroney, silver medalist on home soil in Mississauga, Canada. Elijah Harrison just stepping onto the podium there in a time of 6:25. Those are the unofficial times and results. We'll show you the full leaderboard there, and all times will be available later on once confirmed and validated on the World Rowing website. So we've got a bit of time before the next set of racing starts, but we're going to wrap up what we've seen already this morning, and I think the closest person to the action in Canada has been a man on the ground, Mike Arsenault. Mike, what have your thoughts been from the first session of racing on this final day of the World Rowing Indoor Championships?
Well, thank you very much, Camilla. I think, first of all, the performances we've seen by these teenagers over the last hour or so have really energized the crowd and have us ready for the final push of events here today on day 2 of the World Rowing Indoor Championship. So the energy is starting to increase as we get closer to the end of this competition here in Mississauga at the Paramount Center. So what do we have on tap for the rest of this afternoon here on the floor? Well, we still have 2 Verso events to come for the first ever Verso competition at the Indoor Rowing Championships. So we have 2 events to go. 2 have been completed. It is now a 4-event competition for those individual athletes. And we also have 12 races still to go, a mixture of 500-meter and 2,000-meter races as well. So still a lot of excitement to be had here at the Paramount Center. Right now, though, as we approach the lunch break, Camilla, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Mike. And you'll be hearing from Mike Arsenault a little bit later on if you join us again for session 2, the final session of racing here at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. It's been an action-packed session. I think personally a highlight for me, I really enjoyed seeing the Pentagon. I thought that was an amazing challenge that really made the athletes think. Martin, anything else that you want to add from this morning's session?
No, I think, Mike was spot on there. It was absolutely the energy from those young lads in that contest, bringing it up in the arena and, bringing it up here for us as the commentators at the end of a long session. Can't believe Natasha's got to go again in just a few moments an hour or so with Colleen. But it's been a great morning. I've thoroughly enjoyed being part of the show.
Amazing. It's been great to have you, Martin. And Natasha, as Martin's just said, you've got a whole other session to go, but some great finals lining up, including the Open 2Ks, where we'll see some big names. Any other things that you're looking forward to that people should tune back in for?
Should tune back in for, as you mentioned, some of the open racing, 23 to 39. We're going to see some incredibly fast times, as well as have some of our Olympic athletes join us, and we'll be able to watch that. We'll also have a few more 500-meter races, and we'll have the end of the Versa Challenge. So definitely an action-packed end to this Sunday of the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Thank you so much, Camilla.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've been your host and anchor, Camilla Hadland-Horrocks. I've been joined by Martin Cross and Natasha Kozak. It's been an amazing start to the final day here. Lots more to come. Please make sure that you tune in just under an hour's time to rejoin all of the action just mentioned there. And we're going to wish you good luck if you're competing in the next set of races, and you'll be joined by Peter O'Hanlon and Colleen Saville, along with Natasha, as I say, in just under an hour's time. Thank you very much. We'll see you again soon, and a bit of a wrap up of this first session of racing to come now.
What a fantastic race. What a finish.